Bom dia. Convido a todos para que tomem os seus lugares para darmos início às atividades. Antes de iniciarmos, 2 informes. O evento de hoje será falado em português e em inglês e terá tradução simultânea. O evento também está sendo transmitido online pelo canal do YouTube da Faculdade de Educação. As pessoas que estão participando online poderão apresentar perguntas, dúvidas e comentários no chat do YouTube. Será emitido certificado de participação. Para isso, é preciso preencher o formulário de presença durante o evento. O QR Code está disponível no YouTube e aqui no auditório. Os certificados serão enviados em até 30 dias por e-mail. Eu, Daniela Borges, na qualidade de mestre de cerimônia, dou as boas-vindas a todos os presentes e a todos que Eu, Daniela Borges, na qualidade de mestre de cerimônia, dou as boas-vindas a todos os presentes e a todos que nos acompanham online. O evento de hoje faz parte da reunião anual da INEI, International Network of Education Institutes, que é uma rede internacional de colaboração entre faculdades de educação com relevante influência em seus países e continentes. Seu propósito é promover o intercâmbio de docentes e discentes, fomentar a produção de conhecimento científico e colaborar na formulação de políticas educacionais. Atualmente, integram a rede as seguintes instituições: College of Education, Seoul National University, Danish School of Education, Aarhus University, Faculty of Education, Beijing Normal University, Graduate School of Education, Hiroshima University, Melbourne Graduate School of Education, University of Melbourne, National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, University of Toronto, School of Education, University of Cape Town, School of Education, University of Wisconsin-Madison, UCL, Institute of Education, e a Faculdade de Educação da Universidade de São Paulo. Anualmente, os membros da rede INEI reúnem-se para debater temas relevantes para o campo educacional. Este ano, a Faculdade de Educação da USP tem a honra de sediar a conferência cujo tema será Curriculum and Intercultural Education. A atividade de hoje faz parte da programação de atividades da Semana da Educação da FEUSP, evento que acontece anualmente na semana em que é comemorado o Dia do Professor e é organizado pelos estudantes da FEUSP. Esse ano, o tema da Semana da Educação é Educação em Cruzo, Territorialidades, Heranças Culturais e Tecnologias. Agora, convido a professora doutora Carlota Boto, diretora da Faculdade de Educação da USP e anfitriã da reunião do INEI, e o estudante João Araújo, membro da comissão organizadora da Semana da Educação, para proceder com a cerimônia de abertura.
Bom dia a todas as pessoas aqui presentes. É com muita alegria que eu dou as boas-vindas a todos os participantes deste encontro e, em particular, aos colegas da rede INEI que se deslocaram de seus países para a nossa conferência anual e que se dispuseram a participar desta pré-conferência. Eu agradeço a presença também de todos os professores e professoras, funcionários e funcionárias e estudantes aqui presentes. A INEI, como disse a Daniela, International Network of Education Institutions, constitui-se em uma rede de colaboração internacional entre faculdades de educação com influência significativa em seus países e continentes, por meio da qual são desenvolvidas atividades de intercâmbio entre docentes e estudantes para a produção de conhecimento científico e colaboração na formulação de políticas educacionais. Atualmente, os integrantes da rede INEI anualmente se reúnem para debater questões atinentes ao campo educacional. Este ano, a FEUSP se sente honrada em sediar a conferência anual com o tema Curriculum and Intercultural Education. E para aproveitar o ensejo dessa iniciativa, que congrega tantas faculdades de educação, organizamos esta pré-conferência intitulada Challenges and Possibilities for Teacher Education, a Transnational Perspective. Ao longo do dia, teremos a oportunidade de conhecer a realidade dos sistemas de ensino de diferentes países, além de pensar os desafios postos para a formação docente contemporânea. A ideia de nos reunirmos hoje para abordar essa temática advém do fato de que acreditamos na urgência histórica de refletirmos sobre a nova situação vivenciada pela universidade e pela escolarização básica, sobre a pesquisa e sobre o ensino, a partir de ações pedagógicas desenvolvidas em nossa contemporaneidade. Um desses desafios, por exemplo, se volta para as questões tecnológicas, as tecnologias digitais. Pretendemos investigar o que poderia ser mobilizado delas para articular a chamada forma escolar. Essa forma escolar, que engendra sentidos e postula significados caros para a formação das novas gerações de cidadãos e cidadãs, representa um desafio hoje apresentado ao campo da educação e o de investigar sobre como ficou o nosso modelo de escola nesse período posterior à pandemia e como as novas pedagogias digitais, em particular, especialmente a inteligência artificial, podem veicular novas formas antes desconhecidas de sociabilidade, para o bem e para o mal. Mas nós precisaríamos pensar o que é uma escola de qualidade. Lembrando que o primeiro sinal da qualidade de uma escola significa sua abrangência, no sentido de receber parcelas diferentes de crianças de todos os estratos da sociedade. Uma escola boa, sendo assim, é aquela que não recusa crianças pobres ou difíceis. Por definição, portanto, uma escola boa tem de ser uma escola pública. Mas não basta ser pública para ter qualidade. Uma boa escola é aquela que é percebida por seus alunos e alunas como uma instituição justa, instigante e acolhedora. Mais do que isso, uma escola de qualidade é aquela que valoriza seus profissionais, que investe em seus profissionais, que possibilita que professores e técnicos da educação sejam os artífices do projeto político e pedagógico da escola. Uma escola boa é, portanto, uma escola que dialoga com os avanços científicos e tecnológicos de seu tempo. Por fim, uma escola que fizer isso congregará a possibilidade de proporcionar um ensino sólido, crítico e criativo que se move em um mundo comum, o qual, para ser transformado, precisa ser bem conhecido. A formação de professores, por sua vez, precisa interagir com a formação dos estudantes de maneira a preparar as gerações jovens para esse lugar público de formação de crianças, adolescentes, jovens e adultos. Antes de concluir, eu gostaria de frisar que o evento de hoje é parte integrante da Semana de Educação, um evento de fundamental importância e de longa tradição, que vem sendo organizado por estudantes da FEUSP desde a década de 80 e que se originou como uma iniciativa para pensar temas educacionais merecedores de debate e problematização. Desejo a todos os participantes um excelente evento. Mas antes de concluir, eu gostaria de dizer algumas palavras em inglês, and I am sorry because my English is very bad. But to our deans, you are the architects of academic excellence. You navigate the complex interplay between faculty innovation, student aspiration, administrative pragmatism, and the ever-evolving needs of the global community. You are tasked with the formidable job of not just managing but inspiring. You foster the environment where groundbreaking research is conducted, where critical thinking is honored, and where the next generation of leaders, thinkers, and creators is shaped. The theme of our gathering today, Challenges and Possibilities for Teacher Education, a Transnational Perspective, is one that sits directly in our wheelhouse. It's a conversation that requires the strategic insight, academic rigor, and forward-thinking perspective that each of you in this room embodies. We are therefore incredibly fortunate to have such a concentration of experience and wisdom here with us. We have looked forward to this event with great anticipation, knowing that the dialogues we began here, the connections we forge, and the ideas we share will ripple outwards, enriching our respective institutions and the broader academic landscape. So, to all the distinguished guests here today, thank you. Thank you for leadership. Thank you for taking the time to join us and contribute your invaluable insights. We are eager to learn from you and with you. Without further ado, it's now my privilege to introduce the student of the course of pedagogy, João, who is a member of the Education Week that is going with the INEI event. Thank you very much.
Primeiramente, bom dia a todos e a todas. É uma alegria imensa poder compartilhar, nessa pré-conferência, um pouco da trajetória e da experiência da Semana da Educação na Faculdade de Educação da Universidade de São Paulo. Falar sobre esse evento é falar sobre o modo como os estudantes, professores e funcionários têm pensado a formação docente para além dos limites da sala de aula e até da própria universidade. A Semana da Educação ela é um evento inteiramente organizado por estudantes, tanto da graduação quanto da pós-graduação, e também abrange, como eu disse, os professores, funcionários e pesquisadores de diferentes lugares do Brasil. Desde a sua trajetória inicial, em 1983, a qual a professora Carlota teve o prazer de poder estar ali, gestando nas primeiras gestões do nosso centro acadêmico, o professor Paulo Freire, a gente sempre trabalhou com temáticas que eram muito além do que estavam no nosso currículo, como sexualidade, racismo, educação inclusiva e violência escolar. Ela permaneceu durante um tempo sem ser realizada, e desde 2017, por um grupo de calouros e calouras do curso de pedagogia que sentiam a necessidade de aproximar os estudantes da vida universitária em sua totalidade, ela retornou, Então, ela se tornou, a partir de 2017, um espaço de experimentação e reflexão sobre o que significa formar-se professor em tempos de mudanças, crises e reinvenções do trabalho pedagógico. Mais do que ser uma semana de palestras, oficinas e minicursos, ela tenta sempre resgatar e ter um exercício constante de pertencimento e diálogo com os estudantes. Em 2025, a Semana de Educação chega com o tema Educação em Cruzo, Territorialidades, Heranças Culturais e Tecnologias. Eu vou fazer agora uma pequena leitura de uma parte da nossa ementa. A temática Educação em Cruzo, Territorialidades, Heranças Culturais e Tecnologias tem como intuito trazer à baila reflexões e inquietações sobre o tempo que nos toca. E este é um tempo de aceleração das transformações educacionais e dos impactos das tecnologias digitais. Um cenário que, a despeito das certezas fabricadas pelo tecnosolucionismo, tem nos levado a um encolhimento do mundo, a redução do múltiplo ao unitário, a uma compressão de margens onde, em nome de um certo tipo de inovação e desenvolvimento social, diversas pedagogias vão sendo arrastadas pela corrente do esquecimento. Neste ponto, eu acho que o termo cruzo ele é potente, né, porque ele vai indicar justamente um ponto de encontro, mas também de tensão, né, um espaço onde diferentes tempos, culturas e tecnologias se cruzam e se confrontam. Além do papel da escola e da universidade frente às novas tecnologias, a inteligência artificial e as transformações sociais que alteram o modo de aprender, ensinar e de se relacionar. Inspirada por vozes como Ailton Krenak, Beatriz Nascimento e os saberes afrodiaspóricos e originários, a temática propõe reconhecer a educação como prática cultural e não como instrumento neutro. Ela questiona a ideia de inovação que apaga as diferenças e propõe um olhar para as tecnologias como modo de existir e resistir. E foi uma discussão muito interessante que se fomentou no âmbito da comissão organizadora da semana, porque muitas vezes a gente fazia uso de tecnologias só para se referir às tecnologias digitais. E justamente a gente se colocou em confronto de que o livro um dia foi uma tecnologia, né? E o que a gente está significando, né, quando a gente vai usar a palavra tecnologia. Então, nessa perspectiva, a educação vai aparecer como um campo de disputa entre forças da padronização e das diferenças. E é o desafio que se impõe à formação docente, né, que está habitando esse cruzo. E é justamente nesse espaço que o professor se torna um autor de si mesmo, recusando-se a ser um executor das políticas, planos e metas. E a gente também trouxe como pauta importante a necessidade de transgredir, né? Não transgredir por fúria, né? Mas por ética, né? Que é justamente essa recusa à reprodução das forças de dominação que se atravessam da neutralidade e que se transvestem dessa neutralidade pedagógica, que é essa insistência numa docência que não se acomoda à lógica da eficiência, mas se permite existir como experiência. Então, mais uma vez, que transgredir não significa destruir completamente, mas procurar as verdadeiras identidades do processo que desejamos inverter. E eu acho que nessa procura a gente também vai contra as racionalidades que estão pondo contra, né, esse corpo e essa mente, né? E essa procura que a gente está falando também é um movimento formativo, né? Que é o investigar-se, é o implicar-se, é o reconstituir-se, né? E essa separação também entre corpo e mente é a teoria e a prática. Então, a semana ela vai nascer justamente de uma vontade dos estudantes de debater sobre o que não estava no currículo e na grade de formação de professores, mas hoje ela é mais que isso. Ela é um aprofundamento desses temas que estão presentes no nosso currículo, né? Muitas temáticas que a gente trouxe aqui são muitas vezes vindas de disciplinas, de ementas, até mesmo de outras semanas, né? Então, esse também é um movimento interessante, né? É esse formar-se num horizonte. Então, a gente também quer discutir que, embora as nossas realidades sejam distintas, né? Então, pensando que essa pré-conferência está fazendo parte da Semana de Educação, os desafios que a gente enfrenta nessa formação, eles têm raízes comuns. Então, são a desvalorização da profissão, a pressão por resultados e também a urgência em formar professores que consigam se sustentar em meio a todas essas crises, né? E já caminhando para o encerramento, eu gostaria de dizer que a semana ela é muito mais do que só isso, né? Muito mais do que um evento que tem lá os seus 5 dias e que sempre acontece na semana em que a gente comemora o Dia dos Professores, né? Ela é também um gesto, né? Um gesto que está reafirmando o lugar do estudante como sujeito ativo da formação, o papel da universidade pública como espaço de criação e o valor da docência como prática social transformadora, né? E formar-se nesse horizonte não é adquirir um repertório de competências, mas habitar o entre, né? O entre-tempo das culturas, o entre-lugar das línguas e o entre-corpo das práticas. É reconhecer que toda educação é um campo de cruzamentos e que cada cruzamento é também um convite a produzir subjetividades que escapem à norma, que resistam ao silenciamento e que afirmem a diferença como potência. Muito obrigado.
Agora, convido a professora Lívia Rodrigues, professora do Departamento de Metodologia do Ensino e Educação Comparada e presidente da Comissão de Graduação da FEUSP, e a senhora Márcia Casemiro, secretária da Comissão de Cooperação Nacional e Internacional da FEUSP, a virem ao púlpito. Elas farão a mediação da sessão da manhã do painel intitulado Desafios e Possibilidades para a Formação de Professores na Sociedade Global Contemporânea.
Good morning, everyone. Those who have joined us in the auditorium and those who have joined us online elsewhere in the world. Welcome to the first panel of the INEI Pre-Conference 2025, entitled Challenges and Possibilities for Teacher Education, a Transnational Perspective. Across the globe, educational systems are navigating a period of rapid change marked by technological advancements, evolving societal demands, and an increased call for equity and inclusion. The challenges before us are complex, yet they are matched by unprecedented opportunities for innovation and collaborative growth.
The central objective of this panel, encompassing both our morning and afternoon sessions, is to contribute to the creation of a shared space of mutual understanding, a space where we intentionally acknowledge and embrace the rich cultural and academic differences present across our diverse educational contexts. Our ultimate goal is to pull together in creating innovative ways to face up to the demanding realities of teacher education today.
As Daniela said, I am Márcia Casemiro. I work here at the School of Education in the International Relations Office and also in the Commission for Inclusion and Belonging.
And I'm Professor Lívia Rodrigues, as Daniela already announced, professor here at the School of Education, and we will be moderating this first panel. Over the course of the day, we will hear from 7 distinguished representatives, each bringing the unique perspective of their respective countries. Our morning session will feature insights from representatives from 3 nations, setting the stage for our discussion by highlighting key domestic challenges and accomplishments. Following a break, the afternoon session will continue with 4 additional country representatives offering their views, thereby enriching our collective understanding and expanding the scope of our international dialogue.
We encourage all participants to engage actively with the presentations, listening not just for common ground, but also for the critical differences that can ignite new thinking. It is through this rigorous, respectful exchange that we can forge a collaborative pathway forward.
And to ensure a fruitful exchange, both morning and afternoon sessions will follow a structured format. We have allocated ample time for each representative to articulate their national perspective. So each panelist will be called upon sequentially to present their case, outlining the specific challenges and possibilities for teacher education in their country. Each speaker will have a flexible window of 20 to 30 minutes for their presentation. Following the final presentation in each session, all panelists will be invited to sit together around this main table here, almost roundish table, to dedicate themselves to an open dialogue where we will address questions from the audience and allow the representatives to reflect upon the insights shared by their co-panelists. This is where the shared space of mutual understanding, we hope, will truly be realized.
We warmly encourage engagement from all the attendees, both in the auditorium or joining us online. To facilitate this inclusive dialogue, we have established the following protocol for questions and comments. Online participants may submit their questions or comments at any point during the session via the dedicated online chat function. We will monitor the chat and consolidate relevant inquiries to be posed to the panel during the dialogue segment.
In-auditorium participants may submit their questions verbally or in written format. If you wish to ask your question or make a comment verbally, please signal your intention. We will invite you to come up to this microphone so that those joining online can hear your contribution. And the questions may be posed in both English or in Portuguese. For those who prefer a written format, paper and pens are available, and you may write down your question or comment and forward it either to Marcia or to myself at any point during the session. Just signal to us and we will collect your question. We believe that this format will provide a platform for both deep, focused insight and broad, interactive discussion, allowing us to collaboratively explore the theme of the panel. We thank you all in advance for your thoughtful participation, and Marcia will now introduce our first panelist.
To begin our session, we are very pleased to welcome Dr. Tom Owenby from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the United States. Dr. Owenby is Associate Dean for Teacher Education, Director of the Teacher Education Center, and affiliate faculty in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. His work focuses on teaching preparation, social studies curriculum, and the education of immigrant students. He's joining us online from the United States today and will share his perspectives on teacher education in the U.S. context. Dr. Owenby, thank you very much for being with us, and welcome to the pre-conference.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. In the spirit of active engagement, I'd love to invite everyone in the auditorium just to take a moment and either turn to the left or right or front or back and say good morning and introduce yourself to someone who you don't know or you haven't met before. So I'll just give 30 seconds or so for that before I jump into my presentation. Thank you for taking a moment to make those connections. My comments today, many of my comments today will focus on policy and systems and structures, but I never want us to lose sight of the fact that teaching and learning are fundamentally human endeavors and take place as the result of connections and community. And that certainly is at the foundation of my values as an educator and my work as a teacher educator. And I know that's something that's shared with many, if not all of you in the auditorium in Sao Paulo, as well as joining us online from around the world. So I'm hoping to share my slides. I just attempted to, and it showed that I needed to have permission. So I just sent that request. So hopefully I'll receive that in a moment and I can share those slides. It looks like we're good to go now. Great. Okay, fantastic. So bom dia and good morning. We've each been given the charge as panelists to briefly describe the educational system in our country, a critical analysis of the challenges and potential of teacher training, and then to present a way that my particular institution, University of Wisconsin-Madison, is addressing some of these challenges. And so I'll do my best to address that charge as succinctly as possible in the next 20 to 25 minutes. So the United States educational system is... Pregnant pause for a moment. I'm sure that we could shout out many objects to this sentence. There's more than one correct answer, But for the purposes of my comments today, I will say decentralized. From a structural perspective, the United States educational system is extremely decentralized. And so what does that mean? In regard to funding, the vast majority of educational funding in the United States is provided from state and local sources. And so within the United States, it's a federalist structure in which there are certain responsibilities for the national government and certain for state governments. And so with this, with education, historically, the vast majority of both funding and decision-making capacities have lied at both the state and local levels. And this is borne out both in regard to policy as well as funding today. Within our structure in the United States, the federal government provides additional funding for schools that have a high proportion of need. And so need in most cases is defined as students who are experiencing poverty, who may then receive additional support in regard to instruction, as well as support for access to food, students who need special services due to disabilities, and also English language learners. So this is these federal allocations. There's a disproportionate amount that goes toward those areas because of the need that exists. From a state and local level, we see, once again, about 45% from state funding and about 43% from local funding. And these values are not fixed. They go up and down based on the amount of revenues a state has or a locality has. And on a local level, this is often in the form of property taxes. And so let's say if there's a real estate slump, then there will be less money available for schools. And so the funding is quite variable within the United States. Once again, this theme of differences and disparities, we can see this just in looking at a selection of some of the states as well as the District of Columbia in spending per student in the fiscal year 2023. And so it's quite a range that we can witness here, with Idaho being the lowest at about $10,000 per student, all the way up to the District of Columbia at over $30,000 per student. And a lot of the discrepancies are due to cost of living, but also the amount of money that's put into instruction and trying to address some of the disparities that exist within the country that are then manifested within students in the K-12 educational systems. Another important element structurally of education in the United States is the different types of schools that we have for our K through 12 education. Within this chart, you can see that about 83% of students in the United States attend a public school. And so a public school is one in which curriculum and standards are set by, in most cases, the state government with oversight from the federal government. They receive public funding and they must enroll all students. And so this means all students, regardless of immigration status, regardless of any special needs they may have, and regardless of their language ability, whatever the case may be, they must accept and enroll and serve all students. Charter schools initially emerged in the 1970s as a union initiative, a teachers union initiative, in order to give space for innovative practices, and have shifted over time to both continue to include that mission, but also to be an umbrella for which many other missions can fall. And so charter schools receive public funding, but have much less public oversight. And so they operate more autonomously through individual agreements or charters with state or local governments. And within these charters, they have, a certain rule structure that they follow, certain performance standards, but they have much more autonomy than a standard public school. And so they may not need to provide the same breadth of services to students who need additional services. They may be able to have lotteries or different admission criteria than a public school would have. Finally, private schools receive minimal to no state funding. And so the majority of private schools in the United States are religious schools, with Catholic schools being the highest proportion within that. There's fairly loose state regulation and a wide amount of autonomy over curriculum and policy. And so we can see within the trend line here that there are a decreasing number of students in public schools, but between public schools and charters, it's still, a vast majority of students in the United States. So once again, thinking about this decentralized model in the United States in regard to public education and education writ large, there are overlapping circles of control in the United States in these spaces. And so thinking specifically in the realm of policy, curriculum, and teacher licensure. So as some of you may have heard, we had quite a consequential presidential election in the United States, and Donald Trump was inaugurated for a second term earlier this year. And so there was a drastic shift in regard to interpretation of federal policy and statute affecting education, along with many other spaces in public life in the United States. And so where under the previous Biden administration, there was a strong focus on notions of equity and the redress of historical injustice and inequality, under the Trump administration, the pendulum has swung very rapidly to framing of equity as something that is to be avoided, and that equity is actually unequal or unfair. And so really trying to make shifts in terms of policy and allocation of funds, and how policy is interpreted to work toward that particular set of goals. And so stepping back and looking at this from more of a historical perspective, outside of the previous two administrations, the role of the federal government in education and the role of the education department post 1954 Brown versus Board of Education, which was a Supreme Court decision that ended, at least in law, legal segregation in United States schools on the basis of race. The federal government and education department have worked to ensure the constitutional rights of students and teachers are protected, that there is equal access to education, that students cannot be discriminated against based on race, gender, religion, disability, or ethnicity, that students who have disabilities or special needs will be able to access the services needed in order to learn and to achieve. And so this has not been a linear or even path over the years, but stepping back and looking at about a 70-year trend, that had become the role of the education department and the federal government. And it's always been contested in terms of how that looks in practice, and continues to be contested at the present day. And so there's quite a bit of uncertainty in both K-12 spaces and higher education spaces in regard to how these policies will be enacted. And often cases, individual students and their families would have the opportunity to seek redress through the courts if they felt that their civil rights were being violated in terms of access to educational services. And so it's very much an open question how this will look in the coming months and years. In terms of the state role around policy and curriculum and teacher licensure, states are the space in the United States where teacher licensure and teacher certification live. So this happens on a state-by-state basis. States will determine what course of study, what field experiences, any sort of exams or performance assessments are necessary in order to get a teaching license and to maintain a teaching license. There is a fair amount of reciprocity between states, but this is something, once again, that happens at the state level. Additionally, looking at establishing and selecting criteria, deciding on how funding is allocated, these are, once again, things that happen at the state level within this decentralized system. So hot button issues, and I'm guessing there are some of these that we may hear in other presentations in this session and or may return to during our conversation in the next hour or so. But persistent opportunity gaps, as framed by Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings and others, but have also been called achievement gaps. We certainly see this in performance metrics within K-12 education in the United States, and these have persisted over time and continue to persist. Declining student proficiency in reading and math as measured by our NAEP, or National Assessment of Educational Progress Scores. There is, in some ways, kind of a hearkening back to what we called in the United States the reading wars, around how students should be taught to read in early childhood and what the most effective approaches are. And so that is certainly a hot button issue at the moment. AI integration, the extent to which AI should be utilized in instructional spaces by teachers and by students. This notion of democratic civic engagement and stepping back again to think of what is the purpose of schools and what is the purpose of schooling. There are strong voices in the United States really pushing toward a very strong economic focus and economic outcomes in terms of preparation for the workforce as being, if not the, one of the primary functions for schooling. In some level of tension with that is the desire for cultivation of democratic civic actors and desirable forms of civic engagement and the role that schools can and should play in those spaces. Political polarization, as I nodded to earlier in regard to that pendulum swing from the Biden to the Trump administration, those very different policies just in education, we see those areas of polarization on a wide range of policy-related issues. And finally, the teacher shortage, which I'll touch again on briefly when I both discuss teacher training in the United States as well as one of the innovative practices that we're utilizing to address the teacher shortage at UW-Madison. So shifting from this helicopter view and breathless tour of educational policy in the United States to more of a focus in a specific area, that being teacher training in the United States. And so in thinking about teacher training in the United States, once again, this is something that is very decentralized, like all other elements of education within my country. But the first piece that I want to focus on are the different preparation pathways that we have for becoming a teacher, and the phenomena of decreasing enrollment within those preparation pathways. Apologies if this is a bit blurry for y'all, but more or less just to show the general trend line, which is seen at the top of this graph of declining enrollments. That top line is the total number of students enrolled in teacher education programs. The traditional program in the United States, we term as one that takes place at a 4-year college or university. It usually includes both university coursework. Within that university coursework is often what's called a foundations set of courses. And so this would include usually a course on educational policy or educational history, a course on multicultural foundations of teaching and learning in the United States, and from that as well, a course also, or a set of courses also looking at notions of difference and diversity in terms of both educational psychology as well as students with special needs. Shifting from that into courses on instructional methods, so pedagogical courses with how to teach, and paired with those pedagogical courses, field experiences in which teacher candidates, those preparing to become teachers, are working in a school-based setting along a veteran mentor teacher, both that teacher candidate working to put into practice the instructional methods that they're learning, as well as learning from that master teacher in regard to instructional methods that they utilize all the time, really working to build relationships with students, with families, to develop an understanding of that school context, and also doing work on themselves to better understand, based on their own identity and experiences, what they can see and know, and things that maybe they need to work to decenter their own perspective to understand other perspectives. Within the lower two bars, these are alternative pathways, some of which are in schools or universities, others that are private pathways or experience-based pathways. And so it's those that are seeing growth, relatively speaking, even as the total number of enrollees in teacher preparation programs decrease. Just another chart showing that increase. So enrollment in comprehensive or traditional programs down significantly in the last decade, enrollment up in these alternative programs, but as you can see, the completion number is still down. And so often with these alternative programs, they'll bring in many students, but through the churn within the program, they'll lose many students as well. So it's a low completion rate or completion percentage within those programs. So what that leads to is a persistent set of teacher shortages. And so we can see in these two charts, first on the left, this is out of 100% or the full N, the full number of teachers in the country, the percentage of those teachers who retired or resigned each year. And so we can certainly see a spike during COVID and a much more noticeable spike among administrators on panel B, and that shifting more or less to pre-COVID levels, certainly for teachers, still significantly higher for administrators, but with this showing that flow of people out of the profession. Another phenomenon we see is evidenced on table 1 in looking at the bottom number. On the bottom right, we see the total number of teachers within the United States being around 3.25 million. And of those, over 400,000 are not fully certified for the assignment that they have, or that position is not full. And so with the shortage, it's not just that we don't have enough teachers in the positions, it's also, even of the teachers we have in the position, a significant number of them do not have the qualifications or the credentials for the work that they're doing. So for example, this could be someone teaching in a high school math classroom who has an elementary education certification, or is working on getting a license during that time, so that they as they're teaching, they don't currently have the particular credential they need. Political attacks on teachers and teaching is one of the primary reasons for this shortage. So we've, in our work at UW-Madison, along with partner institutions, we've really worked to try to understand why it's challenging as a workforce question and on an individual teacher basis for people to persist in teaching and why we see people leaving the field or choosing not to join it. And one of the primary findings is the impact of these political attacks on teachers and teaching. Teaching is often, and education writ large, is seen to be in the United States and with our national narratives as the way for people to achieve, for them to be able to have opportunity, for them to be able to transcend challenges that they face, whether individually or systemically. It's also then the boogeyman, the reason why we have whatever social problems that we have. And the real impact of K-12 education is somewhere in the middle. And so teachers are caught within this tension that exists and feel demonized and targeted in ways by politicians and by the rhetoric that's shared within this public space. In this political cartoon that I have shared here, there's two people looking at a newspaper and reading a headline, "CRT is threatening public education." The person who's listening asks critical race theory, tying into these hot button debates around what should be taught in schools and a fear that students are being indoctrinated and this idea of and specter of wokeness coming over the shoulder. And the person reading the article turns it over and says, "can't retain teachers." And so shifts this notion of CRT to that teachers can't be retained, while also noting that one of the reasons are these battles around teachers and teaching and these political attacks. So key takeaways in terms of teacher training and some of these trends that I've identified, some key takeaways that I have for the audience for consideration and possibly for discussion later, and these are things that myself and my esteemed Dean, Marcel Haddix, who's in the audience, are really thinking about. But this idea of removing financial barriers to becoming a teacher, the need also for thinking about salary increases so that the economic element of this, teacher salaries have remained stagnant at best, and so the need to provide those financial incentives and remove those financial barriers. The teaching core in the United States continues to be predominantly white and female, even as the racial, ethnic, and linguistic diversity of the students in the country continues to shift to be far more students for whom English is not their first language, and non-white students, students of color. And so the need to increase the number of teachers from racially and linguistically diverse backgrounds, and thinking about ways in which to do that, ideally some of these financial elements, also different approaches to teaching programs and such as well that will allow for more flexibility and roads for entry. I'll move now in my last 3 to 5 minutes here just to share a case study or an innovative approach that we have at UW-Madison that specifically works to address financial barriers to teaching and financial barriers to becoming a teacher. And so these are some of the headlines that have jumped out for us in Wisconsin, which is my state, over the past 5 to 10 years. We had a piece of legislation called Act 10 in 2011, which took away public sector collective bargaining rights. And this was one of the factors that helped cause the teaching shortage to spike within the state of Wisconsin. And so in response to that, we worked to develop a program called the Wisconsin Teacher Pledge. And so it's both a carrot and a stick approach. And so the carrot is that we will cover up to the cost of in-state tuition, licensing, and fees, which for an in-state student in one of our teacher preparation programs over the 2-year period that this often covers is usually up to $23,000. And in return, they pledge to stay in the state of Wisconsin to teach, and that they will teach in Wisconsin for 3 to 4 years after graduation. And so this is a hope to address the teacher shortage through incentivizing people to become teachers, and then incentivizing them to persist in teaching for at least 3 to 4 years afterward, to get over that initial hump of becoming a teacher, to become part of a professional community, and ideally then to be able to persist in teaching over the long term. And so I have a brief 2-minute video that I would love to show that illustrates what the pledge is and how it works. And so I will give that a try and hope that technology is on my side.
The future of the state of Wisconsin significantly depends on the quality of education our children receive, and nothing
Sorry to interrupt, Thomas. The problem is that we cannot hear it. You need to tap the mic there so that we can hear, and probably rewind it a bit so that we can see it.
Financial support while our students are enrolled in. The future of the state of Wisconsin significantly depends on the quality of education our children receive, and nothing affects the quality of education more than highly skilled professional teachers. Looking ahead to the future, will there still be Wisconsin school districts that cannot hire enough fully certified teachers? Will school districts be forced to fill vacancies with teachers who lack the preparation they need and their students deserve? Instead, imagine a future where all Wisconsin schools are able to hire and retain highly qualified teachers. The UW-Madison School of Education wants to make that vision a reality, and we've developed a way to help make it happen. The Teacher Pledge. We designed the Teacher Pledge program as a new initiative to attract a diverse group of talented and committed students to our teacher education programs. The School of Education pledges to provide financial support while our students are enrolled in the teacher education program. This would include full in-state tuition and other education fees. Students with financial need can also receive financial assistance to cover costs beyond tuition, such as living expenses and books. In return, our students pledge to work at a Wisconsin pre-kindergarten through 12th grade school for 3 to 4 years after graduation. Generous alumni and friends of the School of Education funded the Teacher Pledge. They believe that we can strengthen Wisconsin's teacher workforce by building an excellent teaching program in the state. We aim to make it more attractive to a diverse group of teachers. We want to inspire them to stay in Wisconsin, where they will teach long enough to make a difference and improve Wisconsin's teacher retention rates. With the UW-Madison Teacher Pledge program, we want to ensure that Wisconsin's pre-K through 12th grade students have access to the high-quality teachers they deserve. By 2030, the School of Education will greatly contribute to the number of pre-K through 12th grade teachers across Wisconsin and underscore the school's leadership in teacher education. Visit tec.education.wisc.edu/teacher-pledge for more information.
Okay, so as I wrap up, as you see within the video that I shared and the words previously, our Teacher Pledge program is an attempt to remove financial barriers to teaching, to allow people access to teaching and incentivize them to persist in teaching. Along with the pledge, we work to support longevity through our Early Career Teaching Institute. And this program is for our graduates in the 5 summers after they graduate. And we also have a spring and fall teaching institute where we bring them back and provide high quality professional learning, space for community, and space for inspiration in the hope that it will help them to persist as teachers and for them to feel part of this ongoing learning community. I thank you so much for the time and the opportunity, and look forward to both hearing the other 2 presenters in this session as well as for the conversation to follow. Thank you.
I'm alive. Thank you very much, Dr. Owenby, for this insightful presentation and for sharing your experiences with us. I almost died here now, but I'm okay. I survived. No. The third speaker let's move to our second presentation, and the second speaker will be Dr. Ana Paula Martinez Duboc. She's a professor in the Department of Teaching Methodology and Comparative Education at the School of Education, University of São Paulo, Brazil, where she is currently the chair of the Commission for Culture and University Extension. Her work focuses on English language teaching, teacher education, critical literacies and multiliteracies, language policy, and the colonial perspectives in language education. So let's welcome Dr. Ana Paula Duboc.
É PDF do BOC. Good morning, bom dia. Me ouvem bem? Do you hear me well? Okay, Luffy, can I try it? Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to welcome you all in our School of Education, and I'm here to present a few challenges and future directions on behalf of the School of Education from the University of São Paulo, oftentimes referred to as FEUSP, yeah, that's our abbreviation. And bearing in mind that we are hosting INEI conference this year, I would like to briefly contextualize a few geographical and also political aspects in relation to Brazil. And we have slides. Can I try it, Luffy? Can I? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, as a 5th largest country in the world and the largest one in Latin America, Brazil is formed by a rich, multicultural and multilingual society as a result of our colonial past, marked by the presence of indigenous peoples, enslaved Africans, and European immigrants. Brazil remained a Portuguese colony until the 19th century, having declared independence in 1822. The country then became a presidential republic in 1889. Later on, we experienced a harsh military dictatorship period from the 60s to the 80s, followed by the formulation of a Brazilian constitution which reestablished democratic principles. So as a federal republic divided into 26 states and 1 federal district, the country bears an uneven demographic distribution, as nearly 89 million people live in southern Brazil. And the city of São Paulo, where we are now located, remains the most populous city with nearly 22 million people, including our metropolitan area. So it's huge, and that's the reason why USP also has, a huge number of students. It's a huge university in a huge region. Brazil bears international significance as a prominent, So Brazil bears an international significance as a prominent emerging economy, along with the fact that it is home to one of our richest biodiversities in the world. From a local perspective, the country holds a leading position as the largest economy among Latin American countries. Again, the fact of holding a leading economic position in South America and Latin America does not exempt us from historical inequalities and the need of effective long-term public policies, especially with regards to education. Brazilian educational system is based on our constitution from the 80s, which is founded on the notion of education as a universal right and a public good to be promoted and protected by the government. And Brazilian education system is structured on two broad levels, basic education and higher education. Basic education is compulsory, free of charge in public schools, and comprises early childhood education, elementary school, middle school, and high school, while higher education comprises undergrad and graduate courses being basically institutionalized by public and private sectors. With regards to educational policies and guidelines, the systems consists of a complex web of regulatory bodies at federal, state, and municipal spheres, and the Federal Union is responsible for coordinating national policies along with the provision of technical and financial support to the states and also municipalities. So under these general guidelines, the states and municipalities hold autonomy and are to interpret, design, and implement regional and local curricular guidelines, and also teaching materials as flown in this flow chart. From a political perspective, and here I recall Thomas' talk on behalf of Wisconsin, several educational policies also suffered a shift in Brazil towards a more conservative model during former government, such as the revival of the phonics method in the field of literacy education in the early childhood, which echoes what Thomas has just presented with regards with science of reading movement. That seems to be a transnational move, as it echoes in different parts of the globe. And despite the new government in Brazil has reestablished a concern with a more culturally sensitive and anti-racist curriculum, for instance, difficulties today in many analyses running in Brazil seem to be more related to how neoliberalism has become a very strong driving force that deserves further attention from schools of education. With regards to teacher education, we also share a common ground in relation to what Thomas has just presented, as we also have the government now has trying to implement programs that encourage teachers to qualify their education, and also encourage teachers to go and work with basic education. So, having briefly introduced this overview, I would like to focus now on how our institution, FEUSP, has placed itself as a school of education that is able to provide our student community with the necessary expertise to better respond to contemporary challenges. And for the purposes of this talk, I would like to highlight 5 main challenges and show some of our local practices. The first challenge refers to the provision of tools and strategies that would allow our students to succeed in their academic activities. And why is that? Because admission in public universities, such as USP, has a history marked by privilege and marginalization, as for decades, only wealthy students would be able to be here. So recent affirmative actions in Brazilian higher education are changing this scenario little by little all over Brazil, with new admission formats that aim at historical reparation and social inclusion. That being said, the increasing number of enrollments that today we have of lower income, Black, Indigenous, LGBTQIA+, and disabled students has gradually altered the university scenario, the university students' profile in the past years, demanding the implementation also of permanence policies. From the perspective of study skills, an important inclusive policy seems to be the development of academic literacy skills, because universities have traditionally adopted a mode of learning based on the assumption that all students are familiar with the academic jargon, and this is not the reality. What happens is that high school students come here, and particularly those from lower income families, and they have little or no familiarity with these academic-based forms of language and struggle a lot to succeed in their reading and writing skills. So bearing this in mind, FEUSP has implemented a program called ProAcad, which is a program that aims to develop students' academic autonomy, particularly with regards to reading and writing skills. And the program is founded on the premise that inclusive-oriented admission policies in many universities now happening in Brazil will only thrive if they are equally committed with providing students with the support to stay here, supports of all kinds, including funding and also those related to literacy skills development. The second challenge is related to the need for universities, especially schools of education, to restate their social function and their legitimacy in society through more dialogical relations. Universities have long been conceived of as a scientific, cultural, and technological center. Broadly speaking, the beginning of universities in Brazil dates back to the early 20th century and echoes this knowledge transmission model, which placed universities as knowledge providers to society. And this vision was challenged in the 60s when cultural, social, and political movements in Latin America began to claim a new relation between university and society. This move was quite important as it opened up a discussion around the following idea. If universities are to claim themselves as social entities in defense of education as a social right, a necessary step seems to be giving up their own privilege as knowledge centers towards a genuine engagement with other modes of thinking and other modes of knowing. So from a legal perspective, it's all set, as the Brazilian Constitution states that universities must strive for the inseparability between teaching, research, and also social projects, social outreach projects, that is, actions outside the walls of the university. From a pedagogical perspective, this would imply giving up our highly theoretical-based curriculum models and embrace socially relevant projects off the university walls as part of the curriculum. And from a political perspective, by shifting this focus on teaching and research and placing also a focus on social projects, universities not only restate their social function, but also prevent themselves from this illusionary self-image as knowledge center, or the zero-point position in decolonial terms. Awareness-raising processes on the importance of social engagement is happening now in many universities of Brazil and elsewhere. And USP, the University of São Paulo, is right now leading this process with the recent implementation of a new curriculum design that is now based on more social projects. In our faculty, this is partially accomplished through teaching practical hours, as our students already go to schools and involve themselves in school issues. But from an institutional perspective, the challenge refers to make sure that all of our students do carry the necessary conditions to teach, come to classes, and also engage in other social projects, which means working with social groups outside the university. So in order to tackle these challenges, FEUSP is now strongly committed to foster more collective and integrative actions involving a great number of students and professors around thematic social projects. And in doing so, we are fostering grassroots experiences run by our own students, right, João? Because in our analysis, this new curriculum design that has been recently implemented at USP and in many other Brazilian universities turns to be a great opportunity for self-critique based on a few guiding questions. If we are to respond to real-world challenges, how, to whom, and with whom have we been doing this? The third challenge refers to the need to address contemporary topics that have strong implications to education. And such themes include artificial intelligence, new digital technologies, special education, social environmental education, to name a few. And one of the goals established within the FEUSP program refers to constantly updating our curriculum vis-à-vis new social demands. By assuming the curriculum as this multifaceted and relational process, whose dimensions, if taken in isolation, do not account for its complexity, we have stressed our engagement with these topics through a set of concerted actions that go beyond the undergraduate classroom. An example of this is what has been called Observatório da Educação, Education Observatory, which is a working group composed of FEUSP professors and coordinated by Dean Dr. Boto that aims to foster public debates on a wide range of topics related to contemporary Brazilian education. So the group has been focusing on 3 types of action. The first one refers to monitoring short and mid-term policies, educational policies, as well as providing the audience with critical analysis. The second one refers to designing a large amount of digital, audiovisual informational texts that might help school actors to think of alternatives to their local problems. And the third action regards the fostering wide access to all knowledge production resulting from FEUSP teaching and research, as well as increasing our participation in different social media. So live actions with FEUSP professors and guest speakers have been systematically broadcast every month for the past 2 years and comprise a wide range of topics such as technology, digital culture, diversity and equity, literacy and school inclusion for children and the youth, public education in São Paulo, our high school reform, PISA results, and the post-pandemic learning, and the like. So just for you to have an idea, in 2023, there were nearly 4,700 views on YouTube, and in 2024, there were more than 300,000. So that's a way to start engage more with social, civil society as a whole, and pay justice to our social function as a school of education. And the Well-Succeeded Lives, run by the Education Observatory, gave rise to an online in-service teaching course involving teachers from all over the country. So we believe that widening the audience in addressing contemporary topics not only benefits our students in this fruitful shared experience with society, but also helps us restate our legitimacy as a school of education in relation to society, committed with access to knowledge and also critical thinking. The fourth challenge refers to the rise of new liberal educational policies and the threat to the notion of education as a social right and a public good. So recently the country has witnessed the emergence of political actions, including bills, decrees, laws, resolutions, at federal, state, and municipal levels, that despite claims of neutrality and innovation, aim to assess quality education under a very meritocratic, market-driven approach. So trapped to this new liberal logic as enterprising subjects, responsible for their own success and recognition, all school actors, students, teachers, principals now rush to meet goals. So while Brazilian Constitution, under the principle of education as a public good, would assure all school systems to be fully equipped with regards to infrastructure, resources, and working conditions. What happens is that meritocracy, under the logic of award and punishment, fuels inequality, denying therefore the right to quality education to all. FEUSP has addressed a few initiatives that seek to respond to this reality in two-folded ways. The first one is related to our concern with critical awareness raising among our pre-service teachers in class discussions, of course, enriched by their own lived experiences from their own teaching practicum in public schools. And a second move is related to organize collective actions involving different actors, that is, teachers, principals, coordinators, policymakers, sometimes politicians. They come together and think collectively, as it happened last April when the group of FEUSP educators organized, for example, one out of several roundtables with municipal school principals that at that time had been arbitrarily removed by the Secretariat of Education. So those are attempts to foster critical thinking and think of alternatives together. The last and fifth challenge refers to the phenomenon of platformization of education. And this is happening in many regions of Brazil, including São Paulo State, Paraná State, other states. This is a reality, and I don't know if you are also facing this reality in your own countries. Well, benefits of digital technologies in education are unquestionable and must be acknowledged. However, when digital platforms are used at the service of neoliberal agendas, as it has been the case in many Brazilian regions, including our region of São Paulo, the state of São Paulo, they seem to deserve further attention. The trend towards platformization of education is not exclusive to Brazil, and is part of this shift towards a new economic model that Zuboff calls surveillance capitalism. And a macroanalysis suggests that the new phenomenon threatens the governance of public education as a whole, despite promises of democratization and innovation. So education turns to be a very lucrative business to the so-called tech companies, which offer universal solutions and standardized solutions to schools. And implications to curriculum design are very alarming, as this opens the terrains for content-based instruction in easily measured and cost-saving one-size-fits-all approaches. Two concerns arise from such reality, and they have been discussing a lot in Brazil, here at the School of Education and elsewhere. The first one, in relation to teachers, is that all the solid contribution from the educational research has long acknowledged teachers as intellectuals, to the detriment of teachers as technicians. And apparently, the platformization of education has profoundly altered the teacher's agentive capacity. As for students, platformization of education affects private and public schools in Brazil in very distinct ways. So while the children and the youth from wealthy families in private schools experience the use of platforms as a plus in their curriculum, what is happening in public schools where we concentrate children from lower income families is that those children are learning the basics, in James Polge's terms, through very superficial contents, widening thus social disparities. And in addition to those concerns, another visceral issue to be considered is that this new phenomenon sidesteps a very important element for many of us who deal with education, and that is the notion, the concept of relationality. By sidestepping relationality, apparently a new impersonal mode of being and knowing might be arising at schools, as lessons are strictly content-based, and students and probably teachers are treated as universal subjects, whose bodies, emotions, subjectivities, memories, life stories, experiences are put aside, going against the lessons of an old African proverb that says, a person is a person through other people. And here we question, in line with Gerbiesta, if a socially just education relies on providing students with opportunities to come to presence in relation to others, to what extent does the platformization of education allow students to come to presence, meet a difference, and respond ethically to the world? I'm concluding. We find ourselves in a time marked by excessive and rapid knowledge exchange in which modes of being and knowing are highly impacted by digital technologies. What the future holds, we don't know. The modern logic of accumulation, development, progress gains momentum, with new liberal driving forces operating in different social realms, including education, affecting strongly schools. Educational platforms, when used at the service of new liberal agendas, are doing an excellent job in disconnecting people at the cost of development. And in his counter-colonial project, Brazilian quilombola thinker Antônio Bispo dos Santos contributes to changing the terms of this conversation by stating that development disconnects and is strongly related to cosmophobia. A good word is not development, but involvement. No socially just educational agendas are made possible without relation, without experience, without involvement. That being said, that is the reason why FEUSP has tried to strengthen partnerships of all kinds with schools, with universities, with civil society, in a mutual commitment to keep the important advances that we've been, developing in educational research and practice in the past decades. That being said, and in order to conclude, for the upcoming years, FEUSP aims at 1, continue to review our curriculum design on a more integrated and interdisciplinary basis. Cooperation is key. Collaboration is key. Working together is key. 2nd, improve our formative processes with regards to teaching practicum and extension projects, that is, socially relevant projects, relevant social projects. The 3rd one, widening social participation through the improvement of our strategic actions in the use of social media, so as to talk in more horizontal ways with society. And our last aim has to do with fostering national and transnational collaboration and mutual learning, being INEI, this network that congregates today, undoubtedly a very promising network to meet such goal. On behalf of the School of Education, I thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ana Duboc, for your presentation, for your contributions to this panel. It's a pleasure to introduce you to our 3rd panelist, Dr. Creso Sá. He is a distinguished professor of science policy, higher education innovation, and vice dean at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, University of Toronto, Canada. He also serves as editor-in-chief of the academic journal Studies in Higher Education. His work explores science and technology policy, the evolving role of universities in fostering innovation, and the organization and governance of science. So let's welcome Dr. Creso Sá. And Dr. Becky Shen.
Thank you for the kind welcome. As you could hear, I'm not an expert on teacher education, but we'll do our best to share with you some lessons from how we at OISE have approached educating teachers over many, many decades. Okay, thank you. All right, so today we want to share a little bit about how we at OISE have developed teacher education programs for over a century and where we are right now. So just a brief background on our university. The University of Toronto is a flagship institution in Canada, which was founded in the early 19th century. And it's currently home to more than 100,000 students, over 80 academic departments distributed across 3 campuses. In the historic main downtown campus in Toronto is flanked by an eastern and a western campus serving the communities in the greater Toronto area. The university has been a site for teacher education in different forms for over a century. But our current organizational arrangement dates back to the 60s, when the province of Ontario created the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education as a standalone research and graduate training unit. This was an era of massive investments, massive public investments in education and public infrastructure and public capacity to address social problems in Ontario, as in many, many other parts of the world. And OISE is an outcome of that. The University of Toronto had a Faculty of Education, which had been engaged in teacher training for a while, but in 1996, OISE merged with the faculty, and we're all, for all intents and purposes, the Faculty of Education of the University of Toronto. We have 4 academic departments, 2 of which, yes. We have 4 academic departments, 4 of which are represented, 4 of which are listed here, 2 of which are engaged in teacher education. The Applied Psychology and Human Development Department and Curriculum and Teaching and Learning. That's where our programs are held. And Becky represents the Applied Psychology Department. I, as a faculty member, represent the Leadership Higher and Adult Education Department. We also offer a range of professional learning and continuing education opportunities to educators from around the country and internationally. We are a research-intensive environment, and that informs how we approach our programs. And some of the ongoing tensions in the teacher education space relate to the mix between research-informed teaching and practice. And so I'm doing a little plug-in by all the great things we do in terms of research, in terms of sponsored research funding, research centers. We have a dozen research chairs funded by private philanthropy and government agencies. We host international journals, and all of this research output contributes to our national and international rankings. We're a faculty of about 120 continuing faculty members. Those are only the tenure stream and the teaching stream faculty with continuing appointments, and we have a much larger contingent of instructors that teach individual courses. So these are, according to my expert colleagues at OISE, some of the major issues in teacher education, not in teaching overall, but in teacher education in Ontario as they experience it. The important thing to understand about Canada is that education is radically decentralized to the provincial governments. So all higher education and basic education policy set at the provincial level, and hence the work we do responds to this regional environment, right? Even with the importance that the University of Toronto has nationally in Canada, I'd say that our influence in teacher education is an influence over the system in Ontario, given the strong nexus between teacher training and provincial policy. So according to the best expertise available, these are some of the major issues that our teacher education experts are facing. The first one is recruitment and induction, particularly efforts around diversifying the teaching profession with more Black teachers, more Indigenous teachers, and French speakers. This is an ongoing area of concern that we, not only the government, but institutions have been working hard to address. But not only attracting underrepresented communities to the teaching professor, but also strengthening the induction and mentoring of teacher training graduates into the profession in a way that helps them start a successful career and want to stay in that career. Another big issue that has developed over the past decade or so is the huge concern with accessibility as linked to mental health. This pervades the educational system through post-secondary and beyond, but certainly it is part and parcel of what our teacher education colleagues do, and that relates to efforts to improve students' well-being and as related to their ability to succeed and stay in school, which is a challenge considering what we perceive as a chronic underfunding of resources and supports to aid students in that regard. Another big issue is the connection between study/research and practice. This is not only about the theory-practice divide that educators have been discussing for over a century, but also in the work that we do with school districts and individual schools, balancing the critical role that our scholars play in critiquing how schooling happens, how schools are led, how they're organized, and the social issues involved in schooling, with a productive engagement to help and assist with productive, tangible, practical change and reform efforts. Finally, perhaps a timeless concern is with curricular innovation, and particularly the ability of programs and schools to develop more explicitly interdisciplinary program that engages teachers in different specializations within integrated curriculum. Yeah. So, what does this all mean at OIZ? As a research-intensive school, a graduate-only institute, we approach teacher education, and we have approached teacher education over the past decade through two main programs. One very large program and one smaller specialized program. The very large program is the Master of Teaching program, which I'll share some information about, and then I'll turn over to my colleague Becky, who will discuss the Master of Arts in Child Study and Education. It's a major cognitive challenge to flip two slides at the same time. I'm struggling here, as you can see. So the Master of Teaching program, this is a massive program held in the Curriculum Teaching and Learning Department, one of our 4 departments, as I showed earlier. And this program enrolls about 800 students at any given time. We teach students in those 3 divisions, teaching divisions listed in the slide. This is a 5-term program that lasts 2 years and involves 22 courses. A half course is a course. That's how Canadians call courses. It's a course that takes place over a semester or a term. We also have 3 blocks of practice teaching and 1 research course embedded in each year of study. So this program would be considered like our flagship program in terms of size and impact, given the sheer volume of students that go through it and the impact that it has in the field by helping staff Ontario schools with qualified teachers. these are some current initiatives of the program that respond to those challenges that I discussed earlier. So one of the ways in which the program has been trying to address the issue of diversifying the teaching profession is to create specific pathways. The first of which is called the Black Future Educators Pathway for Black identifying applicants. And that pathway, it runs through the application process throughout the educational experience in the program, as well as the French as Second Language pathway for primary junior candidates pursuing their qualifications. We also have a number of school-based cohort options in which the program is structured in the same manner in terms of requirements and courses and practica and research experiences, but most of the activity takes place within designated schools. And there's a greater integration with work integrated learning and the environment of that particular school. And those schools are chosen for strategic reasons, right? The areas they're rich and the missions they play and so on and so forth. So having said that, I'm passing over to Becky, who will discuss the MA in Charge Study program.
Okay, great, thank you. This will work. Hi everyone, my name is Becky Chen. I'm Associate Dean Research, Innovation and Partnership at OISE, so it's my great pleasure to be here. It's actually my first time visiting Brazil and to be presenting with my colleague, Creso. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about the Masters of Arts program in Child Study and Education. This is a very unique program that's affiliated with my department, which is Applied Psychology and Human Development at OISE. So this program is based on the belief that successful teaching requires deep understanding of children. Okay, you can take charge of that. That's very helpful. I'm going to make this bigger. Yes, so understanding. So there are three points here. One is understanding child development theories, learning a range of effective teaching strategies, and acquiring an identity as a professional. This is a very research-intensive teacher education program compared to any typical program, and I'll talk a bit more about this a little later. So right now, I'll just give a quick overview of the program. The program is completed on a full-time basis, and I believe the course requirement is the same as the the Master of Teaching program. It requires a total of 22 half courses. So by half courses, we mean it's the course that takes place in just one semester, and a full course is a course that takes place over the span of a full year. So 22 half courses, and then successful placements in both years. So it is a 2-year program. So in year 1, students take courses, and then they participate in practicum from September to April, and they can also take courses during spring and summer. We call this, we have sort of a 4-semester system. I don't know if it's the same here. So we have the fall semester. We call it the winter semester because Canada is really cold. So instead of spring, we call it winter, and that goes from January to April. And then during the summer, it's actually the spring and the summer. So that's from May to August. We have 2 semesters. So the first one is May, June. We call it spring. So as you can tell, spring arrives a little later in Canada. And then we have the summer semester. That's July and August. So students take courses in the fall and winter semesters, but they can also take courses during spring and the summer semesters. Those are shorter semesters, but then instead of taking courses once a week, you take it twice a week, so it's twice as intensive. So in year 2 is quite similar, so except that there are 2 terms. So you take courses and you participate in practicum in 1 term, and that's called the internship term, and then you take courses only in the other term, which is called the academic term. Again, I personally am not an expert on teacher education, but my understanding is then students will have time, because they don't participate in practicum internship, they have time to apply for jobs. So I think that's how it works. It's working now. Yeah, so a very unique feature of the teacher education, the CSE, Child Study and Education Program, is that it's situated in this Jackman Institute of Child Study. Used to be called just Institute of Child Study, so ICS. And then Dr. Eric Jackman gave $1 million to the institute, and then we named it after him. So now it's called Dr. Eric Jackman Institute of Child Study. So this is actually a research institute. So as you can see, that the teacher education program is situated in this research institute, which makes it a perfect place to combine research and teaching. So JICS, which is the acronym, at OAZ we love to use acronyms. JICS is Canada's most integrated and dynamic institution committed to children's education and well-being. The institute is home to exemplary graduate programs, an award-winning lab school, and a dynamic center for research. So it's not just teacher education program on its own. It's combined with a lab school and also with a research center. So as you can see, pointer please.
I already passed.
Sorry, we have to.
Want to go back?
Yeah. I can do it here.
No.
Okay.
Here?
Oh yeah, here.
Okay.
How do you use the pointer thing?
I don't know.
That thing. Yeah, as you can see on the screen, there are actually 3 parts. So that's the Master of Arts in Child Study and Education. There is actually also a doctoral level degree called Education EDD in Child Study and Education. The two are not, it is cognitive dependent. Okay, both. The two are not necessarily connected in the sense that you can just do the MA degree and become a teacher. And the EDD program, the doctoral level program, targets educational professionals like teachers, principals, school level administrators, who want to deepen their knowledge in education. So the typical trajectory is you take the MA program, you go out and you become a teacher, you work in the field for a number of years, and then if you want a promotion or you further your knowledge, you come back and do an EDD degree. And also, as I mentioned earlier, also at GICS, there's a lab school. So the lab school is kind of an elementary school. Again, the system might be different from country to country. So in Canada, when we say elementary school, is from nursery to grade 6. So that's elementary school. So that's where typically the teachers or the teacher candidates in the MA program do their practicum internship. As you can see that the teacher education program is very connected to teaching. And also there is a research center called the Laidlaw Center. So the faculty, like professors who teach in the MA program and the EDD program, are actually professors in my department. They also supervise the lab school and supervise the Laidlaw Center, but they don't just teach in the teacher education program. They're researchers, so they also supervise EDD. We also have a PhD program, and they do cutting-edge research. And many of them are leaders in their fields. As you can tell, that this is a very unique context where research and teaching are very closely integrated. Yeah, and finally, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the lab school. So the lab school is affiliated with the university, which makes it very unique also. As I mentioned earlier, it's an elementary school that has from nursery to grade 6. The mission is to provide excellence in elementary education, teacher education, and research in an intentionally diverse environment. I would also like to mention that Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world. So we have students from all different first language backgrounds and different races and ethnicities. So the lab school has a very long history. It was founded in 1925, and it's been an engaging and exciting learning environment for young children, their parents, grad students, and researchers. So that's where students in the MA program and their professors conduct research and practicum. So they work together toward a deep understanding. I should go back, sorry. I forgot to say that JICS also has a very Can you go back? Go back one. Yes. Sorry. I forgot to say that GICS also has a very long history. So it's celebrating its 100 years birthday on October 18th, 2025. So by being here, we missed the celebration. Okay. Let's, the last one. Yeah. So finally, I wanted to tell you a bit about OASI's involvement with INEI. So both Cressel and I are new, so I actually took our previous associating research was Michelle Peterson-Bidelli. She was in our role for 10 years. Many of you may have met her and remember her. So she's an excellent leader and colleague. So she gave a presentation, I think every year, but I took this slide from her presentation. And this is OASI. This is because OASI hosted INEI in 2019. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about our approach toward INEI. OASI took a professional learning approach to our 2019 annual meeting with a focus on how we could come together as a network to identify and advance goals and outline the means to work on objectives between our formal meeting opportunities. And then at that meeting in 2019, at OASI, working groups developed ideas for initiatives that align to the INEI mission and advance collaboration and innovation. So some of those initiatives included the Early Career Scholars Program, Community of Practice for Research Support Staff at INEI Institute's Virtual Learning Center, advocacy statement around quality education. So now, so Michelle finished her term earlier this year. I just started in July. So I'm, again, very pleased to be here. I think Cressel and I are going to take over and continue our involvement with INEI. And we look forward to hosting INEI again at OASI in 2028. Thank you.
So now it's the moment for us to talk a little bit and exchange ideas, ask questions, make comments. So I'd like to invite Professor Anna de Bock to come up again here. And Luffy, can you please bring Dr. Ornby back so that we can start? Marcia, come and sit here. Okay, so we mentioned earlier that you may submit questions or come up here and use the microphone to ask your questions, but we would like to start by, well, let's just wait a little bit. Is Dr. Ornby listening to us?
I can hear you.
Ah, okay, because we can't see you, and I was worried that you couldn't hear us. Because we are now all sitting here to talk to you, but it's strange because to look at you, we have to turn. We have to turn back to see you, okay? But that's okay. I think we can manage. Huh? So I think that there are several issues that run through all the three different presentations. Huh? But maybe just to start off, I would like to ask maybe for all the participants if they could expand a bit or at least exchange a little bit more ideas, because we had issues from funding to university and society relations to ethical and equity challenges societies face and how we respond to them. But I think that one thread that we can see in all panels has to do with a certain cycle of recruitment and then retainment and entering the profession. Because recruitment, it's a challenge that different universities face. That is how we get young people to become teachers, to want to become teachers. And what kinds of things do we offer to them, and the limits of what universities can actually do in this term. No? But then it also has to do with retainment and supporting these young people throughout their academic program, through academic literacy enhancement programs and mental health support. Be them undergraduate or graduate programs, and financial support also, which is critical in society we have now, but also fostering a supporting environment for entering the profession. So when we think of inducing students and practicum activities and internships and partnerships with schools, and research shows that a lot of teachers quit the profession in the very initial years, because it's very hard to be on a daily basis within the school teaching. And maybe this connects with shortage, which is something that Dr. Onby referred to very explicitly in the beginning. And I wonder if we could explore a little bit these ideas, because in terms of shortage, specifically to Dr. Onby, you mentioned in the United States this, and this reflects upon Brazil as well. We do have this. But I was curious to know whether this shortage is generalized, or if you have specific curricular areas like chemistry that we have here, or physics, or different states, different regions of the country where this causes more impact. So maybe if we could begin with this line, this thread of attracting, retaining, supporting, getting them to become professionals, and addressing issues that concern society, it would be nice.
Sure, I'm happy to kick that off, and then I would love to obviously hear from the other panelists as well. The teacher shortage is something that is present throughout the United States, but I think similar as you described in Brazil, there are certain content areas and geographic areas where the shortage is more acute. Special education persistently is the area where we have the highest number of vacancies and people who are non-credentialed or non-qualified serving in those roles. There's also shortages within math and science as well. Shortages tend to be higher in areas with higher levels of poverty, and also areas where teachers are paid less. And so those are some general trends across the United States in terms of the shortage. Within the state that I work in, Wisconsin, we often refer to it as a leaky bucket problem of sorts, to where the colleges and universities within the state prepare enough teachers to meet the number of vacancies, but it's because of that churn, that lack of retention, where we continue to still see those shortages persist over time. So I think that you said really well, it's in, thinking about how we can impact this as a college or university, as what's in our locus of control. And so that's one reason why we chose to try this teacher pledge program, to see if that could help to have an impact. And we're conducting research on this intervention. And if it proves to be fruitful, we're hopeful that our state will take on paying for this for all of the colleges and universities within our state, all of the teacher preparation programs. But knowing that this is a multifaceted challenge, it's something that colleges and universities can work to address. But with these questions and concerns around workplace conditions, around political polarization, around the rhetoric of teachers and demonization of teachers and teaching, those are just some of the issues that continue to exist, and ones that colleges and universities cannot address alone. It has to be done in partnership and in solidarity.
Okay, would you like to comment anything on this issue of retainment? Yes, please.
I couldn't possibly offer any solution to this problem. But I think one of the contributing factors in our experience in Ontario has been governments making predictions on supply and demand of teachers, and turning on and off the tap of funding for spaces in teacher training, and those predictions proving to be very short term and not entirely accurate as a forecast. And then you have this pendulum swinging in which we're rushing to address shortages, and then we have a glut, and then you have funding cuts because you have too many teachers, and that does create some instability and uncertainty, not only for institutions but also for aspiring teacher candidates who have mixed feelings about entering or not entering a program to enter the profession.
Thank you. Yes?
Can you hear me? Yeah, you can turn it on. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. No, just quite briefly mentioning that what Livia brought is quite important, because the way we see it, there seems to be a lack of legitimacy against the humanities, the schools of education, that might negatively impact this shortage of teachers. And along with that, at least in Brazil, there is also another reality to be considered, that is the alarming increasing number of teaching degrees being offered in distant learning courses. And consequently, most of them are considered bad quality. So to what extent are they offering good qualified teacher education programs? So in Brazil, 2 initiatives have been taken quite recently. One is the program called More Teachers, Programa Mais Professores, attempting from the federal government, which has attempted to value the profession of teaching, and also to bring back attractiveness for the profession. And the other initiative has to do with regulation of those distance online courses. So the federal government is always, attentive to regulate so as to improve quality, because probably nowadays 90% of the teaching degrees are offered through distance online courses in Brazil. That's a high number of teacher education programs being offered online.
Thank you, Ana. But maybe we could also connect this with something that was mentioned, that is these online courses, usually the dropout rate is huge.
Yeah.
So there is a huge number of people who start taking the courses, but then just a few of them actually complete the degree. But this is so I'd like to hear you a few words, because you another common thread in our presentations is that we are all for teaching as a professional activity, which requires specific knowledge, specific experience, field experience, connection with the reality of schools. I believe that we can comfortably say that this idea runs through all the presentations. But however, the number of people who are not qualified teaching, whenever we have scenarios of shortage, tends to grow. So I'd like to ask you if you see this happening, what else can we do as universities? How the efforts that are being made to interpret this movement? And I understand that at OIS, the point is that you have a graduate program, and if it makes a difference in this sense, because I understand that in our other two universities participating now, we are talking about undergraduate programs and the issues concerning undergraduate programs of teacher education. And if it makes a difference in the scenario of challenges, the fact that at OIS what you have is a graduate program. Maybe we can start talking about this. And while you feel free, if you have questions, please tell us and just signal to us and take the floor.
Yeah, I think it does make a difference. Actually, at the University of Toronto, we also have a concurrent education program. I think that's probably more similar to teacher education programs in other places. So they would take 4 years of undergrad and then add 1 more year to become a qualified teacher. But at OAZ, I think some years ago, we made a decision to get rid of that kind of program and make teacher education a 2-year master's program. I think it does increase the quality of teacher education, because they have more time to take courses and also to do their practicum and internship. My understanding is for both the Master of Teaching program and the Master of Arts program, students have to do some kind of a research project. So at MACSE, they have to do like an independent project on research, and that also deepens their understanding of research. And my department is applied psychology and human development, and we offer a course in the program called Psychological Foundations. I think these courses are very necessary for enhancing the quality of teacher education. On the other hand, however, we do face a shortage of teachers in some specialized areas. I think Canada might be unique in that it has 2 official languages, so English and French. So when children enter school, they can choose to go to English stream programs or French immersion programs. So in French immersion programs, they receive school instruction in French at least 50% of the time. So that requires French teachers. Yeah, so there's always a shortage in French teachers because, not many people are highly proficient in French. And another challenge is to recruit teachers from Black and Indigenous backgrounds. That's why the MT program has that specific track in order to enhance recruitment. I would say, yeah, there's definitely a shortage in those specialized areas, and that's what we need to work on. Shall I do? Okay.
Anna, would you like to say something, or maybe Ombi? He left. I don't know what happened.
After you.
Okay.
Well,
just to explain to him that sometimes your image disappears, and then is he here? Has he left? Is the connection okay?
I'm hearing everything. Go for it.
Oh, okay. I found it quite interesting that OISE presented the importance of graduate programs when talking about teacher education, because in Brazil, once again, there has been this demand from public teachers that work in free of charge schools, that wishes to, qualify themselves with regards to teaching, but sometimes see the university as this locus of, theoretical knowledge center. And for that reason, there is a big discussion in Brazil concerning the need to offer both a kind of academic master's program, which is more, theoretical focused, but also a kind of professional master's program. Especially targeting to public schools, teachers from public schools, so that they can come to the university, qualify themselves with regards to theoretical and methodological issues that truly help them to tackle with real life school problems. So, and as a coincidence, we are about to have a seminar on this auditorium next Monday about this. Which is related to a professional master's program or mestrado profissional.
Just building on these contributions from my fellow panelists, I think at our institution, University of Wisconsin-Madison, we have both undergraduate and graduate options for certification. Our graduate or master's option is, I think I would fall under that umbrella of a professional focused master's degree, but it does have a research component, and that research is teacher inquiry or action research. And I felt strong alignment with both presentations with this work to position teachers as professionals and as people who engage in inquiry and who do research on their own work. And so I think, to me, I'm fairly agnostic as to undergraduate or graduate, but I feel that embedded in either of those settings, it's extremely important to position teachers as knowers as well as doers. And I think about this just in this framing of the life course of a teacher, with thinking about recruiting a teacher into our preparation programs, working with them during that intensive time we have, but then what sort of support they're going to receive in terms of induction into the teaching profession and mentorship as they move through those first few years of teaching. And ideally, through working to disrupt that theory practice binary within that teacher preparation program, to help them to see that any way that they're engaging with the world, there's some theory inherent within that. And so working to demystify that, to identify that, and then to give them experiences where they're engaging in cycles of inquiry to better understand student learning in their own practice, I feel that both helps to position them as agents in teaching, both at that moment, but ideally to start to see that as part of their identity as teachers, and to work to support, to give them spaces to engage in that practice over time, during that induction period and within those first few years of teaching especially.
Okay, maybe to move on, we have 3 questions here. 2 of them are more we could put them together so that you can feel free to jump in and say a few words and make comments or answer them. But one of them is online, and it is a question about how teachers are hired in other countries. Because here in Brazil, we do have people who sit in positions that are they quickly achieve tenured because of the kind of contract that they have. But we do have the majority as temp teachers, temporary teachers who will sit in for some time and then they will be disconnected. And this participant, Rubens Baldini Neto, would like to ask both Dr. Chen and Dr. Sai and also Dr. Onbi, how are teachers hired in your countries? and the other one has to do with how we see all the panelists face the challenge of training teachers to teach from an interdisciplinary perspective. because if you have a tradition, a very scholarly tradition of teacher education based on disciplines and in specific areas, or if you do, how do you face the challenge of training teachers to teach interdisciplinarily? But this is also open to you, Anna, because I think it's a challenge for us as well. And then the last one I will save for another session, okay?
Yeah, I can give it a try on the first question. I think the situation in Canada is quite similar. So we have teachers that have permanent status, and then teachers that are on contract basis. Those tend to be new teachers. So when you get a position, you don't get a permanent position immediately. You get a contract position, and it's renewed. And after a certain period of time, then you achieve permanent status. But we also have a huge number of supply teachers, and that could be very problematic because somebody could spend their entire work life serving as a supply teacher. They jump from school to school. They don't quite understand, their schedule is so uncertain. They don't know where they will teach the next week or even the next day. So it's very challenging for both the supply teachers and also for the children they teach. But that's related to the funding issue that Carso pointed out. Public education is free to students, but it relies on public government funding. So the government simply does not put enough money funding into schools to hire enough permanent teachers.
Thank you. Both questions, teaching interdisciplinarily or contracting, hiring teachers? Yes. Dr. Unby, would you like to say a few words about how... He's not hearing us now? It's frozen on his end. Okay. So maybe we can move on to the other one, and then later on we can go back to this if he comes back. The other one about teaching from an interdisciplinary perspective. This question was posed by Lileia Manrique, who is visiting us here from Puki, Peru. Right?
Nice. Well, this is a very challenging question because we are all, for decades we've been talking about interdisciplinarity, but in practical terms, how does that work? If curriculum is a modern invention and it's still under the logic of a fragmentation, right? Areas of knowledge, different areas of knowledge. But here within FEUSP curriculum, at least from talking about the pedagogy curriculum, we cherish this notion of project-based pedagogies, thematic projects, because we believe that they do have this potentiality to bring together different areas of knowledge around one theme that is relevant to students, meaningful to students. And another characteristic of our curriculum that pretty much responds to the challenge of interdisciplinarity would be that some of our subjects, some of our courses do have an integrated nature, and especially those related to teaching practicum hours to be developed at schools. So João, who is a student of ours, knows that we have some integrated courses that deal with the integrated areas of knowledge in which theory and practice work together, attempting to foster interdisciplinarity. Livia, you are a professor here as well, so what do you think? And you are from the board of the undergraduate program, so you are an expert on that.
But I'm not a panelist here. Well, but anyway, we are having some technical issues. And unfortunately, Dr. Onby will not be able to join us because in 2 minutes we will we will be off because it's like this. We have to keep the fixed eye on the timing, and we are supposed to finish at midday, and it's midday. So then we are going to be disconnected from the online transmission, and unfortunately he won't be able to rejoin us, but I hope that he will get our thanks from the participation. But there was a last question that maybe just to say goodbye, see you around at lunch, and then we come back in the afternoon, because it's a very, very challenging question. And it was presented to us by Davis Velázquez, also from Peru, from Universidad Nacional de Trujillo. And the question is, from your perspective, what's the one challenge facing education in the future? Which is huge.
What do you have to say?
It is on. Okay. It is tempting to say AI, right? Because everybody's trying to grapple with this at all levels of education. Industry is driving most developments. We're trying to catch up by doing research and understanding how this works from a knowledge building perspective, from a learning perspective, a pedagogical perspective. But we in education, broadly understood, we're not leading the conversation.
Yeah.
We're trying to catch up. We're trying to follow developments.
Exactly.
And it feels like the decisions are going to be made by other actors, other stakeholders. And we're going to have to live with that and adapt to it and try to find a way in to make a contribution as educational researchers. So that's top of my list, at least.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. How to keep ourselves relevant in times of neoliberalism, AI, platforms, digital platforms. Yeah, it's.
Okay. So because of our schedule, then we will wrap this panel. But remember that in the afternoon we have 4 more different participant countries that will present, and we can always go back to what was already mentioned in the morning sessions and bring the themes and ideas back. So we keep on talking. So for the morning panelists, we would really like to thank you for all the time and effort of preparing, being here, being open to debating, and we do hope to keep on interacting more over not only today, but over the next few days as well. Thank you so much, and thank you all for attending.
Antes de iniciarmos, tenho 2 informes. O evento de hoje será falado em português e em inglês e terá tradução simultânea. O evento também está sendo transmitido online pelo canal do YouTube da Faculdade de Educação. As pessoas que estão participando online poderão apresentar perguntas, dúvidas e comentários no chat do YouTube. Será emitido certificado de participação. Para isso, é preciso preencher o formulário de presença durante o evento. O QR Code está disponível no YouTube e aqui no auditório. Os certificados serão enviados em até 30 dias por e-mail. Agora, convido o professor Aguinaldo Arroio, professor do Departamento de Metodologia do Ensino e Educação Comparada e presidente da Comissão de Cooperação Nacional e Internacional da FEUSP, e a senhora Silvia Regina dos Santos, educadora do Centro de Estudos e Pesquisas em Ensino de Línguas, a virem ao púlpito para a mediação do painel 2.
Hello, everyone. Was lunch good? Yes. Yeah, you all look happy and fed. Yes. So, good afternoon. Welcome back to this afternoon session. Both those who have joined us here in the auditorium at FEUSP and those who have joined us online elsewhere in the world. We are heading to the second panel of the INEI Pre-Conference 2025 entitled Challenges and Possibilities for Teacher Education, a Transactional Perspective. Across the globe, educational systems are navigating a period of rapid change, marked by technological advancements, involving societal demands, and an increase for call for equity and inclusion. The challenges before us are huge and complex, yet they are marked by unprecedented opportunities for innovation and collaborative growth. The central objective of this panel in this afternoon session is to contribute to the creation of a shared space of mutual understanding. This space is one where we intentionally acknowledge and embrace the rich cultural and academic differences present across our diverse educational context. Our ultimate goal is to pull together in creating innovative ways to face up to the demanding realities of teacher education today. So let me introduce myself. Yes, my name is Sylvia, and I have worked at school education for only 30 years. So before some of you were born, I was already here, right? So as an educator at a program called INCOCEPEL, which is dedicated to teaching English for our undergraduate students. Now, it's up to you, Professor Aguinaldo.
Yeah, welcome all of you that are here in person in the auditorium, but also the people who are following us on the YouTube. I just have a problem with my network, my password. I'm recovering. I'm going to welcome you also online. And so on behalf of the School of Education, especially in my part that is international office, we would like to have a fruitful discussion. And now we are moving with the session. Thank you.
Okay, back to me. So in our afternoon session, we'll feature insights from representatives from 4 additional nations, setting the stage for our discussion by highlighting key domestic challenges and accomplishments. The panelists will offer their views, thereby enriching our collective understanding and expanding the scope of our international dialogue. We encourage all participants to engage actively with the presentations, listening not just for the common ground, but also for the critical difference that ignite new thinking. It is through this rigorous and respectful exchange that we can forge a collaborative path forward. This afternoon session will follow this particular structure. We have allocated ample time for each representative to articulate their national perspective. So, each panelist will be called upon sequentially to present their case, outlining the specific challenges and possibilities for teacher education in their country. Each speaker will have a flexible window of 20 to 30 minutes for their presentation. Following the final presentation, all panelists will be invited to sit in this beautiful main table. This segment is dedicated to an open dialogue where, you will address questions from the audience and allow the representatives to reflect about the insights shared by their co-panelists. This is where the shared space of mutual understanding will truly be realized. We warmly encourage engagement from all attendees, both in the auditorium and joining us online. To facilitate this inclusive dialogue, we have established the following protocol for questions and comments. Online participants may submit their questions or comments at any point during the session via the dedicated online chat function. We will monitor the chat and consolidate relevant inquiries to be posed to the panel during the dialogue segment. In auditorium, participants may submit questions verbally or in written format. If you wish to ask your question or make a comment verbally, please signal your intention. We will be invited to come up to the microphone so that those joining online can hear your contribution clearly. For those who prefer the written format, paper and pens are available somewhere. Yes, and are available. And I lost. As the paper and the paper are lost, sorry. So if you wish to ask your questions, you may comment verbally. Please signal your intention. You will be invited to come up to the microphone so those joining online can hear your contribution clearly. For those who prefer written format, paper and pens are available. You may write down your question or comment for the forward it either to myself or Professor Aguinaldo. Yes. Just signal to us and we will collect your question. We believe this format will provide a platform for both deep focused insight and broad interactive discussion, allowing us collaboratively explore the theme of the panel. So, without much further ado, let's introduce our first panelist, Ms. Anne-Marie Hating. Sorry if I mispronounced your surname. It's an honor to introduce our panelist, who is an accomplished educator and researcher from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. Her work focuses on teacher education and international collaboration, reflecting a strong commitment to advancing educational practice and fostering cross-cultural dialogue. We are delighted to have you here with us today. So please join me in welcoming Mrs. Anne-Marie.
It's not that one, it's the other one. That's it. There you can't miss the South African flag with all the rainbow colors there. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and students here and wherever you are on the globe. It's wonderful being here. All right. I can also use my teacher's voice if necessary. Firstly, I want to talk to the students now. I believe this was a student-arranged and initiative. So that's exactly the kind of student attributes we want to develop in schools of education, faculties of education. So well done, students, for being self-directed and for taking the lead and for making things happen the way you will also have to do when you are teachers one day in your classes who will have to make the changes that we need to see. So, I've entitled it the following way, The Evolving South African Educational Landscape. And I'll just look on updates at schooling and teacher education because there's such long histories, and I'm not for foregrounding that now. I will just try to give a few brushes of the latest transformations and aspects that we are grappling with and that we hope to find solutions, co-solutions, and innovations with. So firstly, you see our University of Cape Town emblem there at the bottom, and you will notice 3 languages, which will be a common theme in my talk, which says University of Cape Town, University IKP, Universiteit van Kaapstad. So it signals something about multilingualism that I will definitely expand later on. All right, so let me show you our campus. You can see the beautiful mountains which form the backdrop, which we all found extremely inspirational. And all the students and myself, we love the growth on the walls, and in autumn it goes all the autumny colors. It's a spectacular place for photos as well. So I also need to show you the South African map. That's the political map, where South Africa is the most southern tip of this huge continent, Africa. These are all the provinces in South Africa, and all those provinces have public universities, some private universities, and all those schooling systems and all schools across all those provinces are directed by a Department of Basic Education and Training. And the universities are directed by a Department of Higher Education and Training. So there are 2 ministries. So I'm right there at the tip, most southern tip nearly, of the continent, and that is where the University of Cape Town is situated. All right, so straight from our website, just an introduction. As UCT is a global university, and we are very proud of that. We want to be that. But in Africa, even the spelling signals, in Africa, indigenous, unleashing human potential to create a fair and just society. Social justice. And in the new vision coming up, there's another justice, which we feel is as important for social justice to prevail and strengthen, which is environmental, our planet, and eco-justice, which we also have to bring into teacher education and schooling and thinking about those aspects. There you see a very important building. It's changed its name now to a local indigenous woman, a Khoisan woman. And I will show pictures later. That's where we have the celebrations, when we have graduations in all languages, African singers, opera singers, a real pot, melting beautiful pot of a rainbow nation of diversity of cultures which is our strength. So, I was wondering about this slide. Should I add the slide about rankings? But I thought I will put it here, and then we can perhaps co-think or critique something like that. Being in Africa, we are now for a few years the highest ranked university in terms of research output. And then I always wonder, is it worthwhile saying it? Because rankings and measuring and performativity, I wonder, does it serve the new liberal market agendas that we have been referring to earlier this morning, or does it serve the human project of education and the right to education? I suppose when we think about rankings, it depends on which criteria are being used. And in School of Education, we do align strongly with the human project, the social project. All right, so yes, we can all make of that, and that's a big discussion of another day, of what's the real value of these ranking systems. You also see a few emblems there at the bottom, and the very bottom one you'll see the Newly Qualified Teachers Project. And I'll say more about that later as well, because that's a new initiative that is gaining momentum. I also thought of just showing a few of the connections projects that's currently being reported on the School of Education website to show the vibrant nature, from communities to serious labs. One we call the ETI Lab, a sandpit where students play around when they learn to use technologies, and also this ethical, responsible use of AI, and when to use it, and when rather just to use your own thinking and writing abilities and so forth. So that's the ETI Lab. You'll see the SDU emblem there, the Schools Development Unit. I'll say more about that. And then our CHED Center for Higher Education Development. But I specifically decided to include this one because of that one. We've been to Brazil. I was involved in this project as well with a colleague of mine on the Indigenous Games, Indigenous Knowledge Games workshop, and how that fits into different subject curricula. So I just thought that was very nice. So we do come to Brazil and we do interact and work and share very good ideas regarding curriculum at that point. So back to a very simple slide. Coming back to teacher education. This whole continuum, teacher, professional, career trajectory, I call that, just for the nicety of it, the triple I continuum, to indicate the continuity of learning, where it starts with all our initial teacher education, where all of us work. And there in South Africa, we have two routes. The 4-year B.Ed program, which is undergraduate, and that's offered at most universities. But we don't offer that particular route at the University of Cape Town. There we do the postgraduate certificate for education, where people come in with their undergraduate degrees, with the assumption that they come in then with deep content knowledge, and then they cap it with a professional qualification, which is a postgraduate intense qualification. Next is that induction. It's a common theme coming through the induction years, because that's where we lose or we retain teachers. The attrition, if they don't get the support in the difficult places, in the complex classroom setups, that's where they just feel emotional wellness, and for many reasons they cope. And we lose top teachers who we need in the system. So although programs are not officially structured around induction programs yet, amazing initiatives are developing by schools, but I'll also talk about what we do in our newly qualified teachers program at the University of Cape Town, where we take hands with universities in the area of Cape Town, and we provide this critical support, both on an effective level as well, a place of belonging, coming with your problems while sharing resources and getting academic and methodological and pedagogical input, and even sometimes subject content input in those 5 years of induction. And then the in-service, also called professional learning or continuous learning. So that's an entire continuum. At our universities work across that spectrum, and specifically UCT as well. So back to classrooms. So I jump from universities back to classrooms, and I'll jump back again. That's just the nature of my brain works, because they are so closely interlinked. So I just show these pictures. Many of you have seen it. You know it in your own environments. The large diversity, very diverse setups, very unequal learning environments. 11 different languages we have, and vast disparities in resource allocations. Although all schools these days have connectivity, or that was a huge national drive for connectivity in all areas, even in the deepest of rural areas. So, while you look at these schools, you will see from very high-tech to low-tech to a bit more resourced. And I'm going to jump in with a financial model to talk about schooling, because that also links with our teacher education. There I talk about the quintiles explained. So all our public schools are divided into 5 quintiles, and that relates to the provisioning of funding for schooling. So the first quintile is the poorest quintile. It's serving the communities with the greatest need for financial support, and go right through to the 5th quintile, that is the least poor quintile, serving the wealthiest communities and receiving the least government funding. So at the bottom there I've indicated the no-fee schools are our quintile 1 to 3 schools, and there to support learners, it's the highest expenditure by government per learner, to bring in the fairness, to enhance equality. Then we get the quintile 4 schools. They get some government funding, but parents have to pay up for the rest in terms of school fees. And this last quintile 5, that is where parents have to pay the most money and they get the least support by government. And for teacher education, this is very important. We have all these schools, and we have to prepare learners to be aware, understand their own social positioning, to be working in all these schools and work where it's, bring the difference, bring the change where it's most needed. All right. So a bit back to formalities in terms of a formal overview. I'm not going to read through all of that, but there you can see in your left-hand block that you see the School of Education Academic Division. Now that is where I work. We oversee all the academic programs. And you can see what they all are, from this postgraduate certificate right through to honours, masters, doctorate, also the other kinds of official projects that upscale teacher qualifications called advanced certificates, advanced diplomas, and the rest. But then on the right-hand side, you see that STU that I alluded to previously, which is the Schools Development Unit. They associated with the School of Education. We oversee all the academic programs that they offer. But this is a unit that is dedicated to supporting the students, the teachers working in the quintile 1 to quintile 4 schools. So they are experts and they are subject specialists and education specialists who go to these schools, who don't just do the courses, but they support teachers in their particular school contexts, where the problems are. And as that, back to this triple I continuum, so across all those more formal programs, we serve across the teacher learning trajectory. All right. So now let's just focus on the postgraduate certificate. That is where I work. That came from the website. That was a program that I convened at some point of my life at UCT. And let's just briefly look at what we do there. And we, like most programs, I would like to do that. We just look at all the compulsory subjects, typically education, whether it's subjects, educational foundations, but with a strong focus on what does inclusion and diversity mean, and also on the students' self-positioning, self-understanding of who they are, who have to go into these variety of contexts once they get to those schools, social positioning. All right, and then it is a spiral curriculum to design, so we don't just do philosophy of education and this, we continuously revisit these different topics in the compulsory course called education. And then there are all the methods courses to the right, a big variety, from accounting right through to the dances, opera singing, and maths, and I work here at physical sciences, which includes the teaching methodology of physics and chemistry. That's my specialization. And you'll also see there, once again, coming back to language, isiXhosa. Teaching the language is isiXhosa as a language. And as we speak now, my colleagues are also learning isiXhosa as a conversational language. And that's also a compulsory expectation for our student teachers. To learn isiXhosa in a conversational language. So they don't teach through that medium, they can. If that's the new policy, they can. But all our students at least have to have conversational. Now, other provinces have other indigenous languages, and those universities expect something similar. All right. So now I want to go to the school experience, because that's where richness and opportunities for collaboration really start emerging. And that we can do via Zooms with very interesting discussions. So school experience looks like this. It has many names: school experience, teaching practice, it's called internship or work integrated learning. I mean the same by all of that, which is a crucial component to make sense of what it means to become a teacher. So this is where we have 12 weeks in 2 of these different school contexts, socioeconomic contexts, where students are prepared to work in the quintile 1 to 4 schools, but they also have to learn to work in other schools. Our student body are as diverse as these schools that you have seen. So those coming from university, from schooling with high privilege, have to learn to position themselves, understand, work, to understand their identity working in other school contexts, and the other way around. All right. And then, of course, they are not just left there, they are supervised and assessed by UCT, person like myself and all 9 other people in my department, school, and then also the school teacher becomes a mentor. They buy into the philosophy, they do some of the mentor courses offered, but they become a real partnership, a tripartite partnership in developing this teacher. Well, that's the teaching practice I've explained, but it also consists then of, which is school experience tutorials. And that is the small groups that really hold and nurture and care for these students. It's a group of 15 to 20 are allocated to a person like myself, and you work with that group through the entire year. So you really built a relationship. And that's where the pedagogy of care, a pedagogy of nurturing also come in. Alongside the preparation to go into these, what does this context entail? What do you need to be able to do to prepare yourself emotionally and academically and professionally? So that is where we do preparation. Once they come back, it's a vibrant community of resources. Now they bring back, now they've tasted the real thing. They've seen the real problems. And now that's where the linking starts with the theory back to those education courses. But the small group set up here, I think, is really a supportive measure without which we cannot do. Otherwise, experience remains experience, and they may make some links, or fundamentals remain fundamentals, but through that, that's where the rigorous, deep reflections and discussions happen. Also, they're journaling based on certain prompts, and that's where that moment happens. And through that, at the previous university, when we do these small groups, that's where they can, through Zoom and technologies, tap in and discuss and compare. That becomes a beautiful moment for co-reflection, comparative educative moments in the small group opportunities. Yes, and part of that then is the EtiLab, the sandpit, where they learn all the multiple affordances or hindrances of digital technologies. So all of that then comprise the school experience component. That brings me now back to university in the broader sense of what we are thinking about. Well, you may have seen this, you may have been through the same things on your campuses, especially 2015, 16, 17. That's that building you can see in the background where the graduations take place. It started off with all these hashtags. First hashtags, fees must fall, and then followed by the hashtags roads must fall. And there on the right-hand side, there they are removing the statue of Cecil John Rhodes that was positioned in front of the graduation building, which is now called the Sarah Bartman building and not the Rhodes Memorial Hall anymore. So as educators, as teacher educators, these things also then roll over to the schooling system. So new directions is how to think about what decolonization means on the higher education campus. What does that mean in terms of decolonizing curriculum, in terms of curriculum content? And the prescribed works, the prescribed philosophies, the readings, pedagogies. And one of the major things in terms of decolonization was the whole thing about language, bringing the home language, the mother vernacular, into the classrooms of teaching, both at higher education and schooling. So these are the things that we are sorting out about what does it mean. And I think this particular article, which was, I think has just been published, and Pam Christie sent it to me. And she was our Dean of Education at the time, when we were having to qualify student teachers now who want to become teachers, but they're in the midst of these strikes. So that article very nicely explains these questions. And I may even just read this particular abstract briefly. It says teacher education and the borderlands of coloniality, which is something else than decolonization. We have been decolonized long ago. But what's this decoloniality that she writes about that we are still breathing in terms of the structures, the episteme, the patterns of thinking and doing? Reflections from a case in the global south. And she reflects on projects that we have tried and done when we thought about what a decolonized education and teacher education may look like. Right, drawing on experience of university protests calling for decolonized education in South Africa, this paper reflects on challenges and possibilities for teacher education from the global South perspective. It outlines theories of decoloniality, which highlight epistemic and ontological asymmetries as well as economic, and it explores borderlands as uncomfortable, conflicted, and ambivalent spaces, which nonetheless offer possibilities for action. So, where we all meet, all the different cultures, all the different languages, and the call for decoloniality, what does it mean? Preparing student teachers for those quintile 1 to 5 schools. All right. And then some of those projects that we've dealt with also culminated in a book, and I think the title says it all, and about decoloniality, and we're going to, whatever that may mean, but definitely including the language and the literacy aspects, conversations with teacher educators. So there we tried to figure out in the borderlands where it's conflicting, where different Western canons, episteme, bodies of knowledge sit next to indigenous knowledge of local peoples, and how to bring that, how does that talk to one another in the curriculums and also then in school curricula. Right, so I won't go into those projects, they are described in that book. So now I'm back to the schooling, and now I will just give brief overviews. I won't go to a lot of detail, and that's for the benefit for all students perhaps who wonder about schooling systems. The academics know it's more or less the same, but for our students' benefit, this is just another school system which consists of 12 years of compulsory teaching, grades 1 to 12, but they have now also included grade R before grade 1 as compulsory. Right, we have a national exit level exam, and it's a very high stakes exam. That one closes or opens doors for particular careers in tertiary education. Right, we have a curriculum guided by a curriculum and assessment policy framework, and in those curriculum policy frameworks, indigenous knowledge systems are valued and has to be brought into curriculum in very interesting and useful ways. Then we also split the 12 years into a general education and training, and then we have the further education and training phase, which is grade 10 to 12. And lastly is what I said previously, the GET and the schooling system is governed by a different ministry than the higher education system. Right, so key reforms in schooling. Well, right, I will just highlight the real big ones that have emerged last year and this year. Probably is this one, the Basic Education Laws Amendment, the Bella Act. And that is now the act that pushes the transformation further, the equality, the equity further in terms of access to schooling now in different areas, and with different learners coming into schools that they never used to go to, different languages come with it. And that's where different languages, and that's where the language policy come in, where learners normally from grade 1 to 4, learning to read years, used mother tongue. Now it can be used throughout to allow learners to think and do in their own languages. Right, grade R is now compulsory, pre-foundation phase, and again the promotion of mother tongue instruction and inclusion for epistemic access, and then the big pull for all of us, digital learning integration across all areas, from your rural to your other more urban and areas. So, perhaps let's conclude with these priorities: strengthening foundation phase literacy, numeracy, and now also grade R, mother tongue, the third one, promoting STEM and environmental education and indigenous knowledge systems, enhancing teacher induction, as I said previously, mentoring and leadership, and finally expanding ICT, AI, and fourth IR enabling environments. So this is a brief sweep, but we have to address them, and we are finding ways to address those. So we can explore opportunities across that little simple slide of mine, but which shows the broad spectrum where we work. So obrigado, thank you.
Could I have that? Guys, we have a technical problem. Can I? Okay. So, it's with great pleasure to introduce our next panelist, Professor Marek Tezer, who is the Dean of Faculty of Education of University of Melbourne, Australia. His research interests include the philosophy of education, early childhood education, and the politics of childhood. His leadership and scholarship have had significant impact on the field of international education. Please join me in welcoming Professor Marek Tezer. Welcome, thank you. Would you like the mic? You have to wait 5 minutes, just 5 minutes now.
I can. Can you hear me if I speak loudly?
But we have the
right.
online.
Sure, I can. Sorry?
No,
I should wait 5 minutes, as you say.
No, I think carry on.
Carry on talking. Excellent. Oh, this one. Okay. Sure. Why not? You can have this one.
Yes.
Here we go.
Thank you.
That's me on the screen. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for that very generous introduction, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I would like to start by acknowledging traditional owners of the land on which this campus is located, and also acknowledging traditional owners of the land of the University of Melbourne, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, on which campus and on which lands we work, we live, we learn, we teach, and also to acknowledge that for us in Australia and for us at the University of Melbourne, the Aboriginal people were the first educators and first teachers more than 65,000 years ago of our nation. And with that, I would like to start also, not with an apology, just with a disclaimer that on a bus trip over here, where all the deans were on a bus traveling here and singing Wheels on a Bus, I learned that I need to present here for half an hour about teacher education in Australia. So I used the opportunity of a wonderful lunch and lunch break to put something together. And so I really want to ask for your patience and understanding as I work through teacher education in Australia and some of the opportunities, challenges, and key debates. I would like to also start by saying that I'm a fairly new dean of the University of Melbourne, so I started about 6 months ago. I moved from New Zealand, where I was a leader at the University of Auckland for a long time, so this is also my perspective on what Australia is like. I also have to say that I'm really thankful to all the prior speakers and the knowledge that they shared. And one thing that I'm taking from all of it is that despite we live in a different continents and different countries, there are a lot of similarities and a lot of challenges and opportunities that teacher education faces. So I think it's a very valuable lesson, not only for students and other colleagues in the audience, but also for us as the deans to sort of understand how to more collaborate and understand. I also really enjoyed the statement about how Brazil is the third largest country in the world, which I straight away Googled, where is Australia? I thought Australia was pretty big, and I learned that Australia is the sixth largest country in the world, with only about 10% smaller than Brazil, but the population is quite different. While Brazil has around 220 million inhabitants, while Brazil has 220 million inhabitants, Australia has only about 25. So you can see the striking difference, and that's why I should have done this. Oh, here we go. So this is the map of Australia. So Melbourne is very down south. I warmly welcome you to visit. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. And the reason why I'm showing you the map of Australia is also to maintain that it's a really, really large island with no borders and land borders with other countries. And it's a very interesting subjectivity of a land and of a country where at this position as an island, which was we just talked about decoloniality and colonization, which was colonized quite late, and it's really interesting how the relationship between indigenous people and the British Crown or the colonial forces that came there, how it developed over the years. And it sort of influenced the way how education functions, and it also influences the way how we position ourselves in teacher education, and I will mention some of those things. I would also like to draw your attention to that, to the top of the Australia, because I'm going to be talking a little bit about that, and just to point out that the distance to travel from Melbourne to the top of Australia, if you're taking multiple flights, takes longer than to travel from Melbourne to São Paulo. So just to understand, because there are about 3 different flights that you need to take, including regional flights, and I will talk about particular teacher education that's happening in those remote and, as we call them, very remote areas. So I would like to just start to talk about a little bit about Faculty of Education at the University of Melbourne, just to introduce it a little bit to all of you. Its Faculty of Education is more than 100 years old. We celebrated 100 years a couple of years ago, but many of you may know it as a Melbourne Graduate School of Education, how it was known for many, many years. We renamed ourselves last year as a Faculty of Education, however, not much has changed underneath the title. We are still a graduate school that's offering postgraduate programs in teacher education and in professional and continuing learning. And we have about 4,000 graduate coursework students, plus research students, plus a lot of other courses and students that we teach. We are very research-intensive faculty, like a lot of other colleagues who presented here today, and that really informs our teaching, our advocacy, and our advice to government and industry. We are very much positioning ourselves as those who are trying to not only be part of the conversation, but lead and start the conversation with the government, especially on policy initiatives. We just recently talked about rankings, whether they're important, and I would just like to weigh in that I think they are important, not because they are ranking, but because they determine how the university acts and what they do. It determines the university's ambition, and it determines who we are as a university. Because we are #1 in Australia and top 15 in the world, that also determines how much we invest into research and how much the university itself is willing to invest into education, which sort of plays into our advantage. I'm fairly confident, hopefully this recording is not going to be watched by my Vice-Chancellor, but if we would slip into the rankings, I'm sure that she would ask questions whether we should be investing that much into education. So there are a lot of complexities around it. But also, in addition to our core teaching activity, we do have innovative research and custom education. They are a key part of our faculty work, and that's sort of increasing component who we are. So we're not trying to just focus on teaching on teacher education, and actually teacher education becomes sort of smaller and smaller, more boutique part of what we do, and there is an increasing amount currently, yearly 20-25 millions per year income of research and custom education that sort of constantly keeps on growing, especially through national and international collaborations. I'm going to just a little bit mention something about the Australian context, which I think, and I hope that, I think the situation in Brazil may be a little bit similar or to that, and that's a federated system. If you have a federation, it's a very interesting system. If you have a federation or a commonwealth, as we call it, and underneath different states, and you suddenly realizing you have this tension between that kind of striving for this national consistency and at the same time that kind of local state control that happens. So while teacher education is governed by state or the territory authorities and the policy frameworks, they differ, different jurisdictions across different states, whether it's curriculum or practicums or placements or registration, there is this national coordination and quality assurance that exists via different agencies. And they are responsible for controlling, and those are we reporting to for, we have an agency called AITSL, and currently we have a lot of other different agencies that looking at national agencies that looking at different aspects of teacher education. And they are very complex, and I will return to why they are complex. The reason why they are complex because they are set up by a national government, by the Commonwealth government, and they often restructured and often changed. And they are very much linked to the political party that's in power, and that sort of creates a lot of tension on teacher education and schooling in Australia. So apart from this dual governance structure that's kind of striving for local autonomy and national alignment, there is also something else that's really interesting about Australia, and that is that Australian teacher education is university-led. So if you want to be a teacher, you need to go to the university. You don't necessarily have, like in New Zealand or elsewhere, where you have a private providers entering the market and competing with university. That's not happening in Australia. That positions universities as key players that are sort of very much linked together and working very closely with government. And that also means that the idea is that teacher education is research-informed and theory-grounded in their preparation. And I will get back to it, and I will return to that idea further on. But by saying that there is a growing call and growing emphasis on school partnerships or a model where teachers are being educated in schools, these kind of employment-based routes, co-designed clinical practice models, and they are growing, and universities, including mine, are sort of starting to experiment and working with that space, not without challenges, shall I say. Just to sort of continue this Australian context idea, partnerships, they aim to really bridge the gap between theory and practice. And there are two, and there's a lot of focus on readiness. There is that kind of focus on having student teachers who are classroom ready, and also workforce alignment and being job ready as well, which is very interesting narratives that are entering from government to our trainings. With respect to program structure, there is nothing unexpected, and that's what I sort of also observed, that pretty much everybody has more or less the same. You can choose two pathways to become a qualified registered teacher in Australia. Either it's undergraduate pathway, which is the 4 years Bachelor of Education, or graduate pathway, which is the 2 years Masters of Teaching. Now, just to sort of emphasize again, we do not offer Bachelor of Teaching, we only offer postgraduate Master's qualification. But both of those, no matter which pathway you choose, they both include really extended supervised practicums and professional experiences, and also a lot of literacy numeracy testings, and I will get back to it. So I included in all of it some of the key debates where my university or my faculty of education is contributing to this. So for Australian context, our key debate that we're having in our faculty is that how can graduate school like ours at the University of Melbourne really maintain the intellectual and research strength at the university-based teacher education while expanding that kind of authentic school-led experiences, because often they can be considered to be a tension. And that's something that I'm keen to have a conversation about. With respect to structural overview, and I won't spend much time on it, there is a lot of information on the slides, but because, as I said, there is a teacher education is university-based, research and theory are very much part of that kind of structure, and the professional experience is really delivered through the supervised school placements, often as a short block placements. And that's, again, something not unusual. What's a little bit perhaps unusual for our faculty is that we are part of the clinical model of education. University of Melbourne is based upon the idea of a clinic or clinical model of education, whether it's a teaching, whether it's a law faculty, whether it's a business schools. We talked about and using the word clinic and clinical. That's not without its problem, because we know how discourse matters. And we had a lot of debates what that actually means, with a lot of debates whether that model actually works and how expansive that model is. And currently we are actually in a stage of reviewing how this clinical model of education, this wraparound support around the student teacher when they go on a practicum, how it works and whether it really works for the benefit of both the student teacher and the school and also the university. The emerging shifts are really changing. There is this, as I said, the employment-based pathways are continuing, are really starting to coming to a surface, and they becoming, and universities found them a little bit challenging. I don't want to go into details why they may take us on completely down the rabbit hole, but there is but universities, I'm not convinced that they are fully ready to take these employment-based pathways, particularly because we are doing one of those pathways, and we find that just the workload for student teachers is just absolutely astonishing, and some of those programs receive some of the lowest ratings from student teachers because they need to spend 4 days at school on the top of it, plus they need to do all the other teacher education courses and theory work and everything else. And so we're not entirely sure, so we're navigating this space, how to make it really both effective but also for student teachers meaningful and really something that they will benefit from. We are moving towards shared accountability for graduate outcomes between university schools and education systems, and really are focused on a consultation between all the systems. I want to skip a little bit through it and go down to that key debate because I think that's really interesting. And the key debate at our faculty is how to really ensure coherence and quality across these diverse pathways, how to maintain that academic depth and research integrity while scaling the innovation and workforce responsiveness. So you can see that for us it is not only building a program and there are some universities in Australia that are fairly dependent on student numbers, and they are fairly dependent on a teacher education. We're not one of those faculties. So everything what we do, we're really trying to consider how does it link with our key mission and some of the key values. And I think later on during the conference, when we'll be presenting about our institutions, I also position questions to other fellow deans about some of these tensions. Some of the key concerns that we're facing in Australia with respect to teacher education are no surprise to all of you who've been here all day because I'm pretty sure that you heard all of it. I will just add perhaps a couple of them new. So teacher shortages, we heard about that. For us, it's particularly in STEM, early childhood, and especially, as you remember, Australia and perhaps Brazil is the same. It's not that hard potentially to get a teacher in Sydney or Melbourne or in Rio or in Sao Paulo, but more remote you go, the harder and harder is to attract the high quality graduates. And I think that's what we're really struggling with. There is an increasing competition from other professions for our high performing graduates. And that just sort of speaks not only to perhaps the quality of our qualification, but also to that kind of idea that now we have student teachers who are graduating as teachers but not necessarily entering the teaching workforce, or they're staying there only for a very limited period of time before they're moving to other roles. We also, on the other hand, we have a problem of workforce aging and limited re-entry pathways. So John Hattie, who is part of our university, he always says that becoming a teacher is a person's third profession out of 5. I'm not entirely sure if it's true, but for sure, teachers go through different professions and different ways. And, I used to be a teacher, and I used to be in a classroom, and now I'm a teacher educator. And I know a lot of teachers, when I look at the cohort of teachers who we graduated, there's perhaps only 20% who remained in the classroom. So you can just think about this kind of what's happening in the space. We have a falling enrollments into teacher education, which is really interesting. So not only we are lacking teachers in the sector, but also not enough people are coming in through the pipeline. So it's a little bit double-edged sword. So the decline in applications to initial teacher education programs. And particularly there is a lower participation from high-achieving school leavers. And those are not really choosing graduate pathway to become a teacher. So our university runs what we call a Melbourne model. It's a very unique model. So basically we have one degree as part of the university that you take for 3 years, and then you're supposed to take a graduate pathway. And traditionally education was a very popular one, but it's really declining. And why is it declining? Well, there are some studies that talk about rising financial pressures and long study to work transitions that's sort of happening through the graduate program, because if you think of the pathway 3+2, it takes much longer to become a teacher than if you take undergraduate 4 year pathway. Then we have early career attrition. I already mentioned that, but up to 50% of graduates leave within the first 5 years, and is usually driven by high workload, administrative demands, lack of mentoring. I'm sure that other deans can talk to it and can experience something similar in their country, something that education is well known for. But also this kind of attrition creates very much instability in school staffing and system planning. I want to talk about a little bit about those remote and very remote areas that I mentioned. So one of the things, commitment of my school, of my faculty of education, is committed to sending students on practicums all the way to the up north. So usually students go there and spend there about 1 month in one block, and they spend time in very remote areas. When I say very remote areas, you need to imagine a community where you take 3 flights to get to the settlement, and then you take a private, not school bus, but school plane that takes you to the local community, where you then stay for a month. You usually sleep in a classroom in a hammock. You have usually, sometimes you have no electricity in that area, and you conduct the teaching. What's really amazing about these placements, which may sound like it's a great experience for young people to have there, is that about 70% of student teachers who goes there on practicum, they return back and teach there in those communities. And they stay there far longer than 5 years with that commitment. So once you sort of work with those student teachers and introduce them to that kind of community and understand what are the values and what is happening there, far more likely to come there rather than to recruit students to come there with various incentives. And the experience is that if you're recruiting students from other universities who do not have such a program as we have, that are sort of sending students there on practicum, they usually come there and last between 6 months or 12 months, and they return back because they're not able to cope. It's that kind of experience and understanding that whether you can actually do it. It's actually amazing experience because it's almost like a group of young people who usually teach and work together with local community. It's often it says that it's an experience for young people, but we know students, teachers who went there and who had families there and living there 20 plus years. So, but part of that kind of commitment of my faculty is that we shouldn't be just taking students from elite schools and producing them for elite schools further. We should be also looking at how the best teachers and best graduates can enter some of those communities where really there need to be high expectations and really thinking about best pedagogical practices and developing the best possible curriculum for those communities. The next point which I wanted to talk about is quality and readiness, and that's part of the problem. Our key concern is that there are variable graduate preparedness as it comes from different institutions, and uneven school placement quality. And that's something that obviously we try to work with very closely, but it's really interesting how it sort of comes to the fore when we do evaluation. And then there is the ongoing debate that we're having about literacy and numeracy tests for initial teachers, so-called LENTAD in Australia. You can Google it and you can see how much debates even in papers is about that, and this kind of entry and exit standards that we expect of our teachers to have. A lot of debates, and it was mentioned already, about the core content of the curriculum that the government wants us to deliver. We have massive literacy wars at the moment. I thought I escaped literacy wars from New Zealand, but I landed right into them. So it's really interesting debates, and as well as the AI concerns. And for us in education especially, it is about secure assessment and how do we create secure assessments, and education is considered one of those faculties in our university that have the least secure assessments because we heavily rely on quality, on essays, we don't try to do not too many tests and obviously it creates some concerns there. And those literacy wars reminded me of something that we're trying to do this year in our faculty, and that is the respectful debates in education. How do we debate about really difficult topics and debate evidence-based and respectfully? And I think that's really important, that every faculty is sort of going through a process of having diverse voices and opinions present. But what does it mean for initial teacher education? People have very strong opinions about initial teacher education. Every time I go and present somewhere or talk with someone, everybody has a daughter or granddaughter or neighbor's child who goes to school, so they have a very strong opinion what education should look like, and how do you have such a conversation around that. So it's really, really interesting, and I think that part of the role of the Faculty of Education or researchers as a Faculty of Education is really about producing some of those really in-depth debates. There is that fragmented regulation I talk about. How am I doing for time? You don't know. 7 minutes, okay. Okay, I'm just trying to sort of through it. So the key debates that I want to raise about those key concerns is how do we really sustain high academic and professional standards while scaling teacher education to meet state and national workforce needs? And the other key debates that we have is about that quality and equity, ensuring new pathways and partnership expand capacity without the compromising research rigor or the intellectual foundations of the profession. And I think that's because we are a research-intensive university, we have those conversations because research comes for us first, and research is at the forefront of everything what we do. And that's why we asked the question, what's the role of the research-intensive Faculty of Education in this space? Because obviously we have a sort of what we would call teach universities in Australia, which obviously have a very different debates about these matters. And I think that there is something that we share among some of the institutions that presented here. I'm going to just quickly go through the systemic challenges because I've already mentioned them, but declining attractiveness, limited workforce diversity, that means that we don't have enough First Nations, rural, cultural, linguistically diverse teachers that are coming in, and then there's this kind of misconnect between the teaching workforce and the families and children and communities. We get the regulatory absolute overload that's happening, and the key question for us, or key debate at the University of Melbourne around these topics is, how do we move from culture of compliance to one of creativity and professional trust in initial teacher education? And I think that question of trust is really interesting, especially currently in the education system. And we often talk about how trust is one of those benchmarks or metrics that we should be using, but we're not using because we don't know actually how to measure the trust. But how do we have a trust with our partners? How do we have a trust with our schools, with the other? And that's part of the work that we're currently doing. How do we introduce that metrics into our accountability system? I'm going to skip the reform landscape because I won't have a time around this, but I would just mention that there is something that government is consistently trying to address these things and comes up with the plans, but there is one issue with our government. Our government lasts only 3 years, and every 3 years it changes, and every time it changes also direction, and education becomes always very political. Education is part of both on state level and both on Commonwealth level, becomes part of the political agenda. Universities and teacher education has been on agenda pretty much in every election. Most recently it was about capping number of international students, it's about number of domestic students, and how do we further regulate education? How do we ensure that we have more of this kind of approach as opposed to different kind of approach? It's a very political hot potato education. It's really interesting. So there is always a reform landscape that sort of happens, but then universities, as you know, by the time you set up research around it, by the time you set up implementation, we move on and the new government comes and they have a different idea. So it's a very complex landscape. I want to just very briefly, in my last couple of minutes, talk about emerging opportunities, and that are about professionalization and prestige. That means it's the elevating teaching as a graduate, research-informed and leadership-oriented profession. And I think that's very important especially for graduate school of education. And how do we reframe teaching as a career of intellectual and social impact? And that's something that we've been really focused on as we sort of reworked all our degrees to align with our mission. University school partnerships, that's something what's really important to us, that it's a really collaboration as part of that co-design practice rich clinical model that we currently have. And the alternative pathways, that's an emerging opportunity, but requires us rethinking how do we do those alternative pathways to entry programs. And for us, it is also how do we consistently talking about how we're recognizing indigenous knowledge. So we are asking our university how we will actually recognize that indigenous knowledge from the indigenous teachers who worked in remote and very remote communities, and how do we actually credit that into the teacher education to allow them the entry to the postgraduate pathways and for them to become the mentors, because in the schools, despite they're not officially qualified, they are mentoring all other staff that are currently there. Digital and AI integration, we would say that there is a massive opportunity in AI data analytics and adaptive learning. Well, all our AI and assessment units are telling us that, but we also consistently asking how do we develop teachers' capacity for critical and ethical engagement with that technology. And that, I think, is one of the keys. Indigenous and cultural education, international collaboration, which is something that this is a great venue to talk about, that how do we actually advance global mobility, benchmarking, joint research among those graduate school of education or those schools that have a graduate programs of teacher education, and sharing those models of innovation, ethics, and teacher identity formation. For us, the key debate at the University of Melbourne is, because we are a global university, how can this kind of global graduate schools of education lead in ethical and impactful innovation, interdisciplinarity and inclusion, while safeguarding academic rigor and the intellectual core of that profession. I'm going to skip this, but I'm just going to say that I'm going to skip this because I don't have time. But, oops, how do I go back? Anyway, so what I wanted to as the last slide, I want to talk about the looking ahead slide. Thank you. So, yes, that's one. Yes, please. So the key direction for teacher education, as we sort of see it at the University of Melbourne at the moment, is how do we move from fragmentation to collaboration, from compliance to creativity, from preparation to leadership, from university-centric to ecosystem partnerships. So these are some of the framing conversations that we're having as we rethinking our teacher education. And I want to finish up with a provocation and a closing reflection from us, from our university. So what might a global graduate school of education look like? One that really connects the scholarship innovation, and I say innovation, understanding that innovation is quite a problematic word, but when let's say ethical innovation and community across borders, and redefines teaching as a profession of research, ethics, and impact, rather than just as a profession. And the closing reflection that I wanted to offer is that teacher education in Australia is at a turning point. It's really bridging the scholarship and school-based innovation. And the University of Melbourne graduate model shows us that deep partnerships, not shortcuts, could lead to enduring impact, just like what's happening in our relationship with Indigenous communities in Northeast Arm and Lamb in Australia. So with that, I will finish, and thank you so much for bearing with me on this very on-the-cuff presentation.
Thank you, Professor. So, moving on, it's my pleasure to introduce our next panelist, Professor Tristan McCowan. Professor McCowan is a professor of international education at the Institute Education, University College London. His research addresses higher education, international development, and democratic and public roles of university. Through his publications and global collaborations, he continues to influence contemporary debates on equity, sustainability, and the transformative role of education. So please join me in welcoming Professor Tristan McCowan, please.
How are we all doing? Still surviving? I think there's one more after me. We're nearly there, but yeah. And thank you. It's such a fascinating tour around different systems. I've learnt a huge amount today. And I think very in the spirit of INEI, this grouping to learn from each other. And I was reflecting on, what kind of learning this involves. And in comparative education, there is a well-known quotation from Michael Sadler, a warning really, where he describes the action of comparativists and governments as seeing a beautiful wood and then walking around and plucking beautiful flowers off and maybe picking up a seedling, taking it home and planting it, and imagine that it's going to flower in exactly the same way back home. And of course it doesn't, because there are unique characteristics in each of these places. But of course that doesn't mean that we can't get anything of value. And I think the question of what and how can we learn from each other's systems is one of the fascinating aspects of all of this international engagement in education, which is the area that I'm involved in. Actually, I had a little more warning than Marek did for preparing this. But I actually don't work in teacher education. I don't research teacher education. And it's one of the interesting things about the UK educational education faculties is that in comparison to places like Brazil and many other countries, there's much more separation between teacher education and academic research on education and the master's and PhD courses that go with it. So generally speaking, people who train teachers are experienced teachers who've worked for 10, 20 or more years in schools, and then they move on to teacher education and they train others. Not people who have done a PhD and done extensive research, although of course that sometimes the two go together. And that's one of the things that I'll try to tease out in the comments today about some of these distinctive aspects of that. I have had some experience of it though, because I did train as a teacher myself back in the 90s, and I had a very short period as a secondary teacher before moving on to other things and coming back to educational research. But I do remember my own period, and what I'd like, even though most of what I'll say is really a description of the current system of teacher education in the UK, there are a few tensions in that I think are interesting to draw out, and we've seen quite a few cases presented, and I can see the same tensions coming through in all of the cases. One of them is between theory and practice, and I think we can break that down, and we should break that divide down. And I'm very influenced by Paulo Freire, myself, who was one of the theorists who tried to undermine the separation between those two, or at least in a normative sense, understanding how we can't really have one without the other. But I think in everyday life we do separate them. And certainly outside academia, theory doesn't have good press. There are lots of phrases, everyday phrases, oh, that's just theoretical, as if theory is something that's a bit pointless, not very helpful to what we do. Of course, this is a real understanding of misunderstanding of what theory is, how it might be used. But in teacher education, this tension between theory and practice is very live. So that's one of the themes that I like to pick up a little bit. The second is between the tension between state and society, and I wasn't quite sure what the other side of the binary was going to be there between state, because the way we frame the relationship between what is the state and what's not the state is itself a contextual question. I spend a lot of time in Latin America. I'm lucky enough to work in Brazil and a great lot of the country, and spend a lot of time in other countries in Latin America. The understanding of the state is very different here from in the country where I grew up, which is the UK. Where, interestingly enough, the ideas of public and state are not identical. What's considered to be public doesn't necessarily either originate in the state or is run by it. And there are lots of examples of these kinds of things. We have, important public services such as the lifeboats, who, rescue people if you're shipwrecked. I don't think people get shipwrecked so much nowadays, but they do occasionally. Guide dogs for the blind. There are a whole range of public services in Britain that were never originated in the state and are not controlled by the state, but they're considered to be public. And I think this conception, which is quite alien, I think it's partly the Napoleonic tradition in continental Europe and places that are influenced by it, that has a much closer relationship, sees the state as having much more a dominant role in the public sphere, that creates this, I suppose, Anglo-Saxon versus continental Europe divide, which is really influential in education in the UK and in teacher education. And then the final is the public and private, which has some connection with that previous binary, but not identical. And again, Britain is very contradictory in this regard, because on the one hand, the UK is the land of Thatcher, very strong influence of neoliberalism, financial services are central to the UK economy. But at the same time, it's in a very contradictory way, it's also a country with a very strong social democratic welfare state model, where we have a universal, completely free of charge health system. Schools are completely free, and 94% of children go to free of charge state schools, only 6% in private schools, comparatively low compared to other countries. And there are a lot of assumptions that there is completely free of charge public service and that people don't opt out in the private sector. So quite contradictory, and some of these things which make it in some ways an unusual context. So that's a little bit by way of a background to some of the tensions that we'll see playing through the education system and teacher education. And I've been talking about the UK, but I'm afraid there is no UK when it comes to education. So the UK, if I really get into the way that these 4 territories make up a unit, we'll be here and I'll run out of time. But just very briefly, there are 4 territories in the UK, which if you're a football fan, you will know, because they play separately in football competitions, which may be a reason why we haven't won anything for 50 years or more. But they are also separate in education terms, because they have some things are in common. In fact, you might say many things are in common, but there are some important things that are different. For example, Scotland still has a free of charge higher education system, whereas England doesn't. And Scotland charges the English to go, which is brilliant. Wonderful revenge that Scotland's had for the historical wrongs. So there are some differences there, and I will be referring to England specifically in this, but many of the things will be similar for the 3 other jurisdictions. So some of the shared features, you can see there the separation of stages of education, compulsory ages, although even there are some slight differences. And the end point of compulsory education moved from 16 to 18 quite recently, although you don't have to go to an academic school between 16 and 18. There are other, as long as there's some kind of educational component. And you can see here with the system, one of perhaps unusual thing is that there are actually 13 years of schooling rather than the 12 that is common in most countries, as well as an additional 2 years of more or less, well, at 4 it's full-time free education that's provided. At 3 it's not quite full-time, although that's being changed as well. And you can see very high stakes exams at age 16 and then at 18, which determine university entry. So there's quite a diverse landscape within the public system, within the state system. And remember that almost all children, 94%, are somewhere in the state system. Although there is quite a diversity of different kinds of institutions, and there is also quite significant inequality between institutions, because even though all institutions in the UK have relatively good funding and infrastructure compared to many countries, and it's fairly even, there are some differences that take place through some of the mechanisms of quasi-market that were introduced during the Thatcher years. So the community school is the most sort of standard public school model, which is run by local authorities. The next three academies, free schools and foundation voluntary schools have more subtle forms of private or community involvement. They're still completely funded by the state, but they'll have, in terms of their management and their ethos and some decision making, they will have involvement of the groups that have decided to set them up in a similar model to the charter schools that we saw in the US presentation, which started the day off. The voluntary aided schools, quite a few of them are faith-based, so they might be Church of England or Catholic or other schools, but they also have public funding. In the post-war period, England tried to set up a German tripartite system where there would be three types of schools: the gymnasium, which was called the grammar school in the British context, and then a skilled technical school, and then a general technical school for the rest. It never quite worked because they only really had two types of school. It was just the grammar school and then what were called a secondary modern, which was for the rest. So there was an exam that people took at 11, aged 11. If you passed it, a very difficult test. If you passed it, the 10 or so % of people who passed it went into these very high-powered grammar schools, very academic schools, and the rest went to the secondary model. And for some people, it was seen to be a mechanism of social mobility, so people who couldn't afford to go to a private school had access to university and elite opportunities, but for many other, it was another form of segregation. There are just a few of these grammar schools left, because in the 1960s there was a process of comprehensivizing schools so that they would get rid of that distinction. But there are just some locations where they keep them, and it still exists. But it's something that's certainly been on the decline for many years. Just a few other fundamental points here in terms of background. So there is a national curriculum that applies to schools through the country. So it was one of the contradictions of the Thatcher years that a national curriculum was brought in, and there were centralizing tendencies, but there are also decentralizing tendencies because forms of parental choice and quasi-market were also introduced. There's also inspection of schools by an agency called Ofsted, as well as various other mechanisms for ensuring equity, and the pupil premium is an extra funding that schools get for low-income students for providing meals and so forth. So moving on to teacher education then. So I've mentioned Thatcher already twice, which is more than I normally do in a month, but I'm going to mention her again now because she was also instrumental in a transformation of teacher education in the UK from something that would probably be rather closer to the teacher education that we heard about this morning from Anna in Brazil to something that looks very little like it. And it was a process of sanitizing, in the view of the day, of political dimensions. So the left-leaning teacher body was a threat to the right at the time. So teacher education was an area that needed to be stripped of its politicizing role, but also a move towards practice as well. And that's quite again, it's an ambiguous, quite a complex aspect, because the move towards practice while it took people away from some of those important aspects of political discussions, reflection and theorization and so forth, is also a very important one. And the close relationship with practice that teacher education took on, most people see as a very positive aspect, this close relationship with schools, practical experience and so forth. So these were some of the shifts that took place then that characterized teacher education to this day. Another very important dynamic is the movement from universities to schools as the location of teacher education. But in ways that are, again, not as straightforward as it might first appear, because what you have now is forms of teacher education that schools control, but in partnership with universities. And I'll unpack a little bit more how those things work. But there has been a gradual movement from universities to schools. Again, has been certainly championed by the Conservative governments in their different forms over the last few decades. So there are, just to unpack some of these different kinds of routes, so there are about just shy of 500,000 teachers in the UK, and teacher education leads to QTS, qualified teacher status, which is needed to work in a state school. Most people do not do undergraduate level teacher education. It's for a small minority of people, but there are people who do either 3 or 4-year undergraduate courses. But the most common university-led route is what we call the PGCE, the Postgraduate Certificate of Education, which is a 1-year, very intensive course. I can tell you that from personal experience, but also from knowing students who go through. It's a very intensive year that is done after the completion of a bachelor's degree. So undergraduate degree is completed, and then the PGCE takes place. But there are a variety of what are called employment-based routes that can go through schools. What are called SCITs, which are school-centered initial teacher training, where it's run by a school, sometimes in a federation with other schools, but in partnership with higher education providers. So the students might be based in the school, but they're going to universities to have the courses. School Direct, which is a variant of that, but controlled more firmly at the school level, but and also apprenticeship. So the idea of an apprenticeship, I mean, this is a broader discussion on post-school education in the UK, but apprenticeships have come back in. Of course, thousands and thousands of years of history of apprenticeships. It's probably the oldest form of education in most societies. But apprenticeships have made a return as an alternative to universities, and there's quite a lot of anti-university discourse at the moment in the UK. And apprenticeships are one of the alternatives that the government has provided for people to have other ways of continuing their education. And a teaching apprenticeship is a new arrival as part of that, and that's a way of actually earning, so you can, both in the School Direct and in the apprenticeship route, you can be unqualified. You can start working in a school and earning, but you're working your way towards your qualification. And then there are also a variety of dynamics around incorporating teachers from other countries into the system by recognizing their qualifications. It won't be any surprise to hear, given the previous presentations, that there is also a shortage of teachers in the UK, particularly in certain areas, and that's one of the ways in which those gaps have been filled. Some of the other developments are around early career teacher support, and there's a new framework that's been introduced, and ongoing professional development as well, some national professional qualifications. I will say just a little bit about IOE, which may feel a bit gratuitous in terms of talking about our own institution, but it is the largest provider of initial teacher education in the country. So it is an important player in this field. The Institute of Education started off as the London Day Training College for Teachers, so it was a teacher education institution for most of its history. But in the course of the 20th century, it starts to the other areas of an education faculty start to grow in terms of a research function, postgraduate courses, masters, PhD, and so forth, and other kinds of community engagement consultancy rates, until it became a fully fledged university. But not for very long, because in 2014 we merged with University College London. UCL was a large university, but because of the peculiar nature of the Federation of the University of London, didn't have a faculty of education. So it was an easy marriage in a way, and we became the Faculty of Education of UCL, which is a large, comprehensive, research-intensive university, quite similar to University of São Paulo in that respect. And we also have an East campus, interestingly, so we seem to be mirroring each other's activities in different ways. We are a really oversized faculty, a faculty of education. I think because of that history of being an independent in university, we're rather too large for a faculty of education. We're 4 times the size of the second largest in the country. So it's a bit of a mismatch in lots of ways. We have over 500 academic staff and many more other kinds of staff, about 700 doctoral students and students at other different levels. And you can see from the names of the departments here, only some of these are focused in on what we might traditionally think of as education. So some of the departments are heavily involved in teacher education, educational research. Others, such as psychology and human development, social research institutes, are doing other kinds of social sciences, sometimes related to children, but also broader social science as well. You can see here we have the highest number. UCL has the highest number of international students in the country. The UK HE system as a whole is very internationalized, and UCL is particularly so. But you can see it varies a huge amount on the different kinds of courses, and you can see here oh no, that's not the pointer. No, is that the pointer? No. Anyway, you can see the dark blue, or is it black, part of the bar there on the UK, which is the teacher training one. So almost all of the teacher education students are UK-based because it's very much a national qualification. Whereas if you look at the other levels of courses, the yellow ones, undergraduate, light blue, master's courses, and the brown, which is doctoral level, you can see that international students dominate, and Chinese is the largest contingent in that. Teacher education is very important at the UK still, and we actually have courses at the different levels of early years, primary, secondary, and further education, although that's much smaller. There are quite major differences between primary and secondary. So primary education is multidisciplinary. I wouldn't say necessarily trans or interdisciplinary, but certainly multidisciplinary, because the teacher's going to be covering the full range of courses. Whereas at the secondary level, students who go onto the course need to have a degree in one of the national curriculum subjects which they're going to specialise in. They usually, there are some exceptions to that, but usually you will continue in the area in which you got your bachelor's level degree. And then at IOE, the courses are actually specific to particular areas. So you'll do a PGC in history education for us, for example. And we've talked about, we did have our inspection from Ofsted, because unusually Ofsted doesn't function at higher education level, but it does oversee teacher education courses. And fortunately we did, it was a relief to see that we did actually get the outstanding evaluation for the 4 different levels of teacher education. Ofsted has, I'm afraid, thanks, yeah. Ofsted has been in the news quite a lot recently for in very negative reasons because of all the different kinds of pressures that it places on schools. So it's quite a controversial topic at the moment. So moving on to the final section then, challenges of teacher education. Well, I think this is becoming a recurrent theme. It's hard to recruit and retain teachers in the UK. And I think in every context in which we say this, there's a slight variance on the reasons for it. And I mean, we can think in terms of pay. The pay will seem very favourable towards in relation to most countries in the world, and it has improved in some ways, but pay might still seem to be unattractive for certain people. But I think most people agree that probably the dominant reasons are to do with some of these factors that I will, and this is just to see the overall targets that haven't only been reached in 1 year, and guess which year it was? What happened in 2020, 2021? So the only year where they over-recruited was because of COVID, large extent. So the targets haven't been reached. Some of this might give a little insight into why this might happen. So on average, lower secondary teachers reported working 49 hours a week. OECD average of 41 hours a week in the UK. Primary teachers 52 hours a week, more than any participating country other than Japan. So I think we're going to hear from our Japanese colleagues in a moment. They might be able to tell us something about that. But if you're thinking that, I mean, if we imagine that this is over 5 days in a week, which it might not be, but if we are, it's around 10 hours a day, the actual school day is about 6.5 hours, right? So we've got the full school day, but then 3.5 hours of preparation, marking, and other activities afterwards on a daily basis. It's a really grueling schedule, and I know this from personal experience because we are a household of teachers. Some of the other quite worrying news here. So the leavers rate 9.7% after 12 months from qualification. So you've got 10% of people leaving in the year after they've qualified. You've then got 20% not working in the sector after 2 years. And then you've got 31% not in the sector after 5 years. So there's, in many ways, this is a greater problem than not recruiting teachers into initial teacher education. People are training to be teachers, but they're leaving very, very rapidly. I mean, if you're in the system for 6 years, you're considered to be an old teacher. Generally, you are an experienced teacher. If you can get to the 5-year point and keep going, you're considered to be one of the senior ones. So, real challenges. And we're dealing with challenges that are extremely hard to address because, as in many things in life and society, they're vicious cycles. Everyone says, well, what we need is a system like Singapore or Finland where teachers are valued and they get paid well. But how do you get from where you are to being those countries? Because you've got a whole series of factors that are reinforcing. And it's entrenched in social attitudes. And I can see this with my own children. My 4-year-old daughter, we asked her, the other day, as one does with children, what would you like to be when you grow up? And she said, I want to be a teacher. Well, wonderful. If I asked my 17-year-old son or 19-year-old son and if they wanted to be a teacher, they'd look at me as if I were totally mad. Unfortunately, through the school, through this experience, the negative attitudes towards educational professionals, unfortunately, start to get reinforced. Of course, it's not universal. Many people do value teachers. They still do have public recognition, but it's not considered for many people to be a career of choice, and the conditions of working for different reasons make it very hard to stay. And these are very difficult dynamics to change around, and ones that we're all engaged in working in. Thank you very much.
So, I'm going to introduce our two last panelists. So, yeah? Okay. Is it? Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to introduce Professor Yasushi Maruyama. He's a distinguished scholar at Hiroshima University, Japan, where he serves in the Faculty of Education. His research explores ethic, philosophy of education, and global citizenship, emphasizing the importance of moral and intercultural understanding in education. His contributions offer valuable perspectives on ethical dimensions of educational practice worldwide. And also joining in the panel is Professor Jong-Sung Kim, who is an associate professor of School of Hiroshima, and whose fields of research are social science, education, on school subjects. Welcome.
No going back. Oh, right, it's okay. Yeah, please. Hello, everyone. So life is one way. But anyway, currently, almost 4 a.m. in Japan. Waiting and waiting is a kind of a torture for me. But anyway, since the time is limited, then supposed to be here and Johnson Kim is sitting and they give a talk together, but he left. Where? I don't know. But I hope he'll be back, maybe after this talk. That is okay. Let me go. Okay, my name is Yasushi Maruyama, and Johnson Kim is transparency guys here. And then also Makiko Santoki is sitting there. We make this slide together. So this is the overview. So overview of the Japanese teacher education system, and two, the features of teacher education at the Hiroshima University. So we will introduce our practices in the 3 innovative developments and the challenges in Japan from a transnational perspective. And we listed only 3, but I should have written here overwork of school teacher in Japan. But anyway, I will list the only 3 here. Johnson, please. Yeah. Yes. Actual person. Yeah. Okay. Could you do this one? And then. Middle. Number 1.
Number 1.
Why? Life is one way.
4 a.m. in Japan, this is Japanese lives. Yeah, sorry.
So core principles of teacher education. So 1,
So license system. Under the Educational Personnel Certification Act, teachers must hold a license issued by the Prefectural Board of Education. The second, university-based training. Teacher education is carried out at the universities and graduate schools. By completing the required credits at the university, students can obtain a teaching license along with a bachelor's degree or other basic qualifications. Third, open system principle. Teacher certification programs are offered not only in faculties of education, accredited by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, but also in other faculties such as literature and science, where students can earn the necessary credits. So there are different types of teacher licenses by school level. So kindergarten, elementary school, lower secondary school by subject, upper secondary school by subject, special needs education school, school nurse, and nutrition teacher's license. Then also by license class. So upper class, class 1 license, graduated to individuals who have completed the bachelor's degree. The class 2 license, granted to individuals who have completed an associate degree at the junior college, applicable only to kindergarten, elementary, and lower secondary, and special needs education schools. Then also advanced license, so granted to individuals who have completed a master's degree program or a professional degree program at the Graduate School of Teacher Education. Then how to obtain a teacher license at the university or junior college level. So completion of a teacher education program by enrolling in a teacher education program at the university or junior college and earning the required credits. For example, courses on the teaching profession, specialized subjects, teaching methods, and the teaching practicum. Students are issued a teaching license certificate upon graduation. At the graduate school, master's courses program, individuals who already hold a class 1 license can obtain an advanced license by completing courses related to the teaching profession within our master's program and earning a master's degree. Also, Professional Graduate School for Teacher Education, a 2-year practice-oriented teacher training program. Upon completion, participants are awarded an advanced license, or in some cases, a Class 1 license. 2. Features of teacher education at Hiroshima University. 1. Principles of openness. Teacher certification programs in Japan are not confined to the Faculty of Education. They are also offered in a wide range of faculties, including letters, integrated arts and sciences, science, engineering, informatics and data science, difficult, pharmaceutical sciences, and medicine and school health sciences. Well, these programs enable students to obtain teaching licenses for lower and upper secondary schools, depending on their field of study. 2. Licenses for nearly all school levels and subjects. This means other universities in Japan offer very limited types of licenses. Teaching licenses are available for almost every school level and subject in Hiroshima University. Class 1 and advanced licenses are granted for kindergarten, elementary, lower secondary, upper secondary, special needs education, and school nurse. So small letters. So lower secondary school students can get what subjects such as Japanese, social studies, mathematics, science, English, music, art, health and physical education, technology, and home economics. Upper secondary school, Japanese, geography and history, civics, mathematics, science, English, music, art, calligraphy, health and physical education, information science, home economics, and industrial arts. 3. Affiliated school network or attached school network. The Faculty of Education and its affiliated schools collaborate closely to advance cutting-edge educational research and development through a continuous cycle of reciprocity between theory and practice. These schools serve multiple purposes. So 1, practical training side, providing opportunities for student teachers and in-service teachers to gain hands-on experience. 2, research site, functioning as a hub for educational research that supports and expands the university's academic activities. 3rd, community contribution, playing a key role in the development and improvement of the wider educational community. The network consists of 2 affiliated kindergartens, 3 affiliated elementary schools, including 1 with special needs classes, 4 affiliated lower secondary schools, 2 structured as 9-year compulsory schools, 1 of which includes special needs classes, and 2 organized as 6-year secondary schools, complicated, and 2 affiliated upper secondary schools. So anyway, 11 attached schools. 3. Innovative developments and challenges in Japan from a transnational perspective. So 1, innovation of the Japanese educational model, tokkatsu. Tokkatsu is a Japanese word and the meaning is special activities. A model for nurturing non-cognitive skills gaining international attention. So class building and school building activities, not the carpenters doing. School building activities, collectively known as tokkatsu, represent a distinctive feature of Japanese holistic education. Well, these practices are designed to cultivate non-cognitive skills or socio-emotional skills such as cooperation, social adaptability, and self-esteem, originating as a response to concerns over excessive emphasis on academic achievement. Tokkatsu, or special activities, resonates with the global trend of promoting socio-emotional learning and movement, championing by organizations such as the OECD. Consequently, Japan's tokkatsu has attracted international attention as a promising model for addressing educational challenges worldwide. So examples of tokkatsu are class meetings, discussion-based activities, classroom duties and cleaning, school lunch routines, school events such as sports days and cultural festivals, and club activities. Domestic institutional innovation, mandatory methods for guiding special activities. Since 2019, methods for guiding special activities has been established as an independent mandatory 2-credit course in teacher education programs. Previously, it was included within the broader course guidance for students. The significance of this reform lies in the deliberate effort to convert the tacit and experiential knowledge of veteran teachers into explicit knowledge that every prospective teacher is required to learn. By institutionalizing this knowledge, the reform represents a crucial step toward standardizing the quality of student guidance and ensuring that the distinctive strengths of Japanese education are systematically transmitted to the next generation. Challenges 1. Formalizing practical knowledge and building a teacher education model. A central challenge in teacher education is how to formalize tacit knowledge and develop a theory-based training program. Manuals alone are insufficient for constructing a model that can be transferring across borders. The essential task is to integrate practical wisdom, phronesis, the subtle judgments and the considerations inherent in teaching into teacher preparation. To address this challenge, it is indispensable to design a teacher education model that emphasizes case method learning, drawing concrete examples of both success and failure, and the reflective practice, which involves critically reviewing and articulating one's own experiences. Such an approach makes it possible to connect theory and practice in ways that cultivate professional judgment and adaptive expertise. Challenge 2. The world of cultural context and the need for cultural translation. This is really important. A significant challenge in disseminating Japanese educational practices internationally lies in navigating cultural differences. Japan's unique contexts and values must be redefining and adapted to the cultural frameworks of other countries. For example, the practice of all students cleaning their classrooms is understood in Japan as fostering a sense of responsibility and public service. However, in other contexts, it may be perceived negatively as a form of child labor or as undermining the role of school staff. To overcome such misunderstandings, the international dissemination of tokkatsu necessitates a cultural translation perspective. This involves distinguishing the philosophy behind the activity. For example, cultivating a spirit of community contribution from the practice through which it is carried out. For example, students cleaning together. By sharing the underlying philosophy while adapting the practice to local context, its model can be meaningfully reinterpreted and sustained across cultural boundaries. Challenge 3. Institutional dilemma of teacher professionalism. In Japan, teachers are expected to operate within a highly demanding multitasking professional model. Behind the classroom instruction, they are responsible for student guidance, career counseling, and even aspects of mental health care. In this framework, a teacher must function simultaneously as a subject matter expert, a classroom management specialist, and a student guidance leader. While this holistic approach has been regarded as a strength of Japanese education, it has also contributed to serious issues of teacher overwork and burnout. As a result, the traditional model is now under critical re-examination, with growing calls to envision alternative approaches. The challenge moving forward is to reconsider the role of teachers in a rapidly changing society, redefine teacher professionalism, and reimagine the design of teacher education to support both high-quality teaching and sustainable working conditions. Yeah.
Okay, sorry for being late, and then I'm also so sorry for skipping this morning session because I just arrived today, and then I directly come here to give up this presentation. And in this third section, innovative developments and challenges in Japan from a transnational perspective, we would like to talk about what kind of Japanese educational practices can be beneficial for our members of INEI, but however, at the same time, we would like to share the challenges embedded in that practices. So the first one was Tokkatsu, and the second one is the lesson study. How many of you are familiar with lesson study? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, then 5. That means I need to explain what means lessons, what lesson study means. So lessons. So in early 2000s, I would say maybe late 90s, some mathematics education researchers were curious why Japan always have a really good score in the PISA test, and then they tried to observe the Japanese classroom and then interview with teachers, and then they figured out that the Japanese teachers observe lessons together and discuss after their observation, and also they developed the lesson together. So there are a lot of togetherness in Japanese teachers' design, observation, and reflection. So lesson study basically studying about lesson. So teachers design lesson together, observe lesson together, discuss lesson together. That's the very basic idea of lesson study. And actually there were some concerns, the gap between theory and practice. But in Japan, the lesson study is like an air, it's everywhere in pre-service teacher education, in-service teacher education. So the gap between the theory and practice is relatively narrow compared to other countries, I believe. And lesson study has attracted a lot of educational researchers in the world because of this philosophy of lesson study. So lesson study is initiated by teachers. Teacher-led professional development. That means teachers are their own owner of their own learning. And this is the professional development grounded in teacher agency and mutual trust, togetherness, right? And then the lesson study is based on the caring and collaborative professional development with critical friends. They discuss lesson together, but not like, oh, you did a good job, let's have a pizza. Not like that. But it's more like, oh, I loved your lesson, but we need to think this part because this is important for students' learning. And that connects to the next point. This is the professional development focus on children's learning. The end goal of lesson study is for improvement of their children's learning and our teaching and teacher development as themselves. So the end goal is students. So professional development also, the lesson study is also the professional development that pursues the fulfillment across the teacher's career. So if you teach a lesson very well, you can sleep very well, right? And you feel very happy. So eventually lesson study is for ourselves as a teacher. So this is an overview of the lesson study-based teacher education. So lesson study happens everywhere in Japan. For example, even before they enter into university, they already started to lesson study because they observe what teachers do, and teachers observe each other's lesson, and they discuss something, but even though they don't know what they discuss, but they know teachers discuss after observation. So they understand, those who enter into the teacher education, they already know lesson study is part of teacher's job. So this system also creates the teacher education. Lesson study is a part of the teacher education, teacher culture, I would say. However, lesson study also has some challenges. Actually, it started from bottom-up approach. Teachers observe together and discuss together, but government like this idea. So they kind of make all teachers do lesson study. So unfortunately, some Japanese teachers these days, they do not recognize the value of lesson study and just to do lesson study. So when I go to the schools as a kind of the koshi, which is the instructor who provides a lesson study, I start the value of lesson study. What you are doing is really great, and then many educators from world, a lot of countries want to learn what and how you are doing. So that's the thing that I'm doing. So that's the first challenge. And the second challenge is to increase the workload through lesson study. This lesson study actually is one of the reasons of the Japan is the top country of the teacher working time. And actually there's another reason, because Japanese teachers do not go back to home, because if there are some other teachers left at school, they feel kind of feared if they go back to home. That's another, this is more kind of sociology perspective, but lesson study is one of the reasons for that. And the third one is the changing learning environment in digital age. To do lesson study, you need to collect the data based on the observation. So far, chalkboard, blackboard and students' worksheets were enough, but now there are a lot of digital log and a lot of the digital, something, I don't know, Apple iLead, or I don't know, something will come up in the future. So that digital tools totally change the lesson environment. So the traditional lesson study need to respond to those kind of new ideas, new tools in the digital area.
Okay, third point, so expansion of doctoral education in teacher education. So in Japan, fewer doctoral degree holders in social sciences, especially working in non-academia area. So these days, our Japanese government, Ministry of Education, will force us, you should provide more doctoral degrees in social sciences area, relatively speaking. Then also, second point, low birth rate in Japan. So these days, teaching career is less attractive to young people. Actually, the market-wise, it's really shrinking. Then third point, lower status of teacher educators in university. What does this mean? So now teacher education is held in university level, but someone sitting next to you, they are studying chemistry, physics, engineering, medicine. Then they sometimes talk to you. How many publications do you have every month? So medicine people will show 300 publications per year to me. But anyway, so how teacher educators in School of Education, they also professors of university, can keep the status within university. So challenge one is how we can professionalize school teachers. Higher salary, higher social status. Challenge two is also how we can professionalize teacher educators, professors in School of Education. Time is coming. It's conclusion. So we talk about 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Oh.
So thank you to all the panelists. That was absolutely insightful, lovely. And I would like to ask you, the panelists, to join the table, please. Yes. Yeah, please join us. Aguinaldo, up to you.
Just thinking about tonight because I have a session at 7 because.
So this is the time for questions. This is question time. So I'm going to invite the audience to pose your questions. Who is first? Don't rush. So come, please. You don't have the headphones. Please.
Hi, my name's Anna. I'm a student here at Faculty of Education. I will try to speak in English, but I apologize in advance if it's a bit rusty. So I organized some notes that I wanted to ask each of you. First, I would like to thank you for all of those very rich informations about the system of education in other countries. I am currently in the comparative education course in this discipline here in the faculty. So it's a very interesting subject for me in the moment. For Anne-Marie, I would like to ask more about the diversity of multilingualism between the quintiles that you mentioned, 1 through 5. If there are more languages, more languages in like level 1 or more in level 5, and how that's different between the lower, the more poor rates and the less poor rates. And for Mark, I would like to ask about how it works to send people to get to know the schools in the remote areas, in very remote areas, and if they work in internships. Here in Brazil, we work in internships every semester in college. And we are very motivated to go to public schools. And I would like to know if that's how it works in Australia too, if there's a lot of motivation to send students to these places. And through, I forgot your name, I'm sorry, Tristan. I would like to talk more about, for you to talk more about apprenticeship and how that looks like in comparison to what internships are, because from what I gathered, it doesn't involve as much theory and involves more work, and I didn't quite understand the term, so I like more of that. And I would like to ask both of you about how the research is going on trying to fight the burnout rates from teachers, and how that works, considering that I think the lesson study is a very important way, and how that could continue happening without teachers burning out and not being able to continue in their work. Thank you. I'm sorry. Bye.
Well, thank you for those questions, and well done for speaking whichever language is comfortable. I can understand you. Our language is a lovely resource to use. So yes, then back to the languages in the quintile 1 schools. Often these poorer schools are in the deep rural areas. And also in those rural areas, it's very community-based. So interestingly enough, that's where it's more homogeneous in terms of languages. But the challenge also remains for teachers to go out and go back to the deep rural areas. And then it's easier in the sense that it's more homogeneous in those areas. Then coming closer to cities and inner cities, that's where we have the multiple languages in a classroom. I don't think we would have all 11 official languages in one classroom, but it's often that there are 3 to 5 languages being spoken in a classroom. And that's where one teacher, of course, can't know all the languages. But the language policy now makes it possible for learners who speak, let's say, is a Zulu, to form groups and communicate, have group works, discussions in their languages. And some of those learners also have a good rapport of English. So they then at least talk and they work with concepts and struggle with concepts to give this epistemic access. And the same with isiXhosa groups or English or Afrikaans. So that's when it becomes more multilingual. And in a project where I worked, I would go out to these rural areas, and I didn't know the indigenous language, but I had a student teacher who would then speak in the home language of the learners, and then I was the English speaker. So we were team teaching, and then going from these group discussions, working with a vernacular speaker, student teacher in the classroom. I would then step in later, and we would move towards the subject terminologies. That learners could learn those as well for the assessment purposes. But of course, assessment also now has to start taking care of these multiple languages and how does that play in assessment materials and other the resource materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I mean, I think it's and I just want to echo what a great range of questions. And with respect to your questions about internships and about how it works in Australia at the University of Melbourne with remote and very remote placements, I think I'm not entirely sure how internships work here, and often it's a thing of a language. So just sort of let you know how it works in the University of Melbourne, and it may sort of relate to your experience. So we have a practicums that are sort of determined by those national and state policies, how many days students need to stay in particular placements. We as a university can determine where those placements take place. And part of that is that they can go to the remote area, and we are one of the few universities who are offering such an experience. It wasn't always like that. What I'm trying to sort of say is that it requires particular institutional sort of setup or institutional thinking to have that. So there needs to be a lot of preparations, a lot of working with those students from the very beginning and preparing them for that possibility. And that sort of year upon year, the number of students who are applying, because they need to apply to go there because there are limited placements, how many student teachers can go to those very remote placements. very remote placements. What that means is that we have almost 50 students applying, for example, for 10 places, and they are all being interviewed and trying to understand which, in the end, increases the chance that those students who have the placements in those very remote areas will choose that as their future school. Because as we often know in teacher education, usually students, they find out where they're going to go and work during one of the last placements. They're already being offered their job, or they're being sort of recognized as someone who is a good fit for that community or for that school or district or whatever. So that's a one thing. The second thing I'm going to say is, apart from placements, we also have a work integrated learning, or WIL. So that also a lot of students, they're not only doing placements, they also can do work integrated learning, and some of those communities, they offer, for example, with respect to preservation of resources that sort of been there for generations, and so it's with Department of Linguistics together, they're working together, and they work in the very specific rooms in those communities, and they are preserving those original resources, or working on particular language apps where they sort of try to, or translations of some of the materials into English from the Yalmay language, or one of the Aboriginal languages. So there are two options there, but it is something that each institution need to commit to. And we know that as an institution, we can't do everything and we can't commit to everything. But this is one of the things that we see as a really meaningful for us and our student teachers, but also meaningful for that community. And the third thing that I would add to that is that what it also allows us to do is to fund and sponsor those local indigenous teachers who are up there in those communities, and twice a year to bring them down to Melbourne and for them to actually spend time with us as well. So it's not only one-way sort of travel or some kind of academic tourism, so to speak, that you go one way, but we're bringing them also to very much metropolitan thing. I mean, for those teachers from those areas, and Brazil must be similar, it is like coming to another country when you come to a big city like that in a different state. So I hope it answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so a little bit of background, I suppose, on the idea of an apprenticeship, because I suppose it may not be an idea that translates into every context, but certainly in Britain and in some other countries, it's the absolutely dominant model of professional education for hundreds, if not thousands of years, up until really the 20th century. All forms of work, with very few exceptions, operated on a model that learning to do the job functioned with taking in someone usually in their teenage years, where they came to work together with the master tradesman, whatever it might be, a bricklayer or a blacksmith, or even in an office job, and you get supported and you contribute in whatever way you can, and gradually through the years you develop your skills so that by the point that you finish your apprenticeship, you can function as a fully fledged professional in that area. And that's where the term masterpiece comes from in English language, because that's the product that you make when you go from being an apprentice to no longer being an apprentice. That's your proof that you're a fully fledged tradesman or professional in that particular area. So it's a very, very old model which the government has tried to revive as, in the context of a degree of disillusionment with sort of formal educational routes that are disjointed from the workplace and the expense of a higher education degree and so forth. And provides the government provides incentives for companies to open up places for apprentices. And a new initiative, Liwei, if you'd like to add to this on the IOE experience of this, please do. But the new initiative has to open up some of these in the field of education so that people are earning a salary and they're building their skills. And I think drawing on the German model, that it's not only workplace based, you're also doing some sort of more formal technical, theoretical learning in conjunction with a provider. But please feel free to add if you'd like to.
We only have maths degree education.
So at the moment, we only have the math education degree apprenticeship. It's 4 years as opposed to 3 years, which is the typical undergraduate duration for a degree in maths. But this would be in maths and maths education. They will qualify as maths teachers, and as they go through the 4 years, the time they spend in school teaching maths will increase to at least 60% in the final year.
Okay, so thank you for the question. So unfortunately, Japan is the #1 country that teachers work the longest time in the world. And actually, lesson study is not the direct reason for that. As the Professor Mariama mentioned, there are a lot of things that teachers need to do. Administrative work. Have you ever heard the term monster parents? Monster parents. They keep, asking a lot of things to teachers to do, like, please check if my kid take the medicine or not. Is it really teachers' work? So teachers are requested tons of things to do, and that actually causes the burning out. Actually, teachers love teaching, and teachers love preparing teaching, and teachers love discussing teaching, but there are not enough time for that. So actually, the Japanese government finally they do their best to minimize teachers' workload. Is on the way. However, there are a long way to go. So my basic idea is that teachers love lesson study. However, there are not enough time to do lesson study due to a lot of other works they need to deal with.
So from me, from the view of professionalization, so doing research is, I think, essential for advanced professionals, such as medical doctors, lawyers, and school teachers and nurses. So research does mean self-improvement, improving their practices by themselves. So that's why not only lesson study, but also self-study and the action research people think those are very important for school teachers. Then we teacher educators want pre-service and in-service teachers. We want pre-service teachers to learn how to do research. And also we want in-service teachers to continue to study in order to improve their practices. That shows, our profession or teaching is really professional activities. Then once society recognizes it, the status of school teachers lifting up, they're getting more money, I hope, and respect. Yeah, that's my ideal idea. Thank you.
Okay. I have another question. Davis, who are you? Okay, that's Davis. And he asks you a very easy question. This is for the whole panel. Easy question. My question is, from your perspective, what quality do education students need to be successful in the future and become an excellent teacher?
Right, there it's, wow, that is such a big question. I wish we can imagine it and then move towards that. And I suppose that's what we're all trying to do. Imagine what can teacher education, the ultimate teacher, be. Because ultimately that teacher has to, in my mind, start on a level where they value the human beings, the young minds that they work with, and understand that immense responsibility to develop that young person into a person who accepts and loves themselves, to be a good human who can live in societies, develop people around them, also working and loving the environment, the physical eco-environment. So that's one level on a, shall we say, an emotional level, deeply loving, deeply caring for themselves, the people around them, and their planet. And then we can bring in other graduate attributes, but we're a panel, we can all add something.
I can try to have a go. I'm not going to really answer the question, but I'm going to tell you we asked the same question when we did a workshop with our Master of Teaching students, and so we did all these post-its and all these kind of attributes, and it ended up like with about 100 of different sort of characteristics, and we put it all together as a sort of, it looked like a super teacher who has all these kind of amazing qualities. And then what I did was I asked them to remove the word teacher from it and ask what other profession could it fit. I think it's really interesting exercise to think about what do we think are the right attributes for it to be teacher. At the end of the day, you can be very pragmatic about it and say, well, in Australia they need to pass the teaching and literacy and numeracy test, and then they can be a teacher, because some don't. And you can look at it from aspirational point of view, who they can be, and also you can ask a question whether teacher is really a ready teacher when they qualify as a teacher, enter the classroom, or do they need to develop throughout the whole process and as they grow as a teacher. So, there are a lot of answers to that question. It's a very good question to ask, very philosophical. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd say probably, if I were to pick one, I'd say agency, in the sense of being a subject rather than an object of what you're doing. And I think, there's a lot of talk, well, with the, it's pendulum swing, really. There are new versions of this, but throughout the ages, there have been lots of versions of teacher-proof curricula. This idea that teachers are sort of vessels or instruments for implementing something that's come from, whatever other, part of the social fabric, the curriculum is coming from. And I think, to survive and to thrive and be successful as a teacher, you really need agency. It has to be yours. It has to be, you have to have ownership and the care and the love of what you're doing.
Yeah, I totally agree with all the panelists' comments. And the one thing that I can add is openness. Actually, one of my colleagues mentioned that he read a very interesting article called "Everyone Hates Teacher Education." Because in the teacher education, teacher educators trying to criticize, not constructively criticize what they have learned, and then try to give the opportunity to reconstruct the new things, kind of imagine a new idea of education. But it is not easy, right? Kind of to criticize my past and then be a new person as a new educator is not an easy. But that's very important to grow consecutively. And then to be an owner of their own learning as an agency is also important. Being open and then being ready for the critical constructive criticism, and actually that is connected to lesson study. But to do that, we need to believe each other. Oh, if I believe this person because this person will give me a constructive critical comment for my improvement, that is very beneficial. I believe them. So those kind of community is also, at the same time, I believe that is also important. Being open and be with colleagues who you can trust.
Well, making mistakes experience, making small, tiny, weeny mistakes experience within safe environment. In other way, guaranteeing safe environment so that learners feel confident in making mistakes. That's my idea.
Easy. Well done, everyone. We have another question from Winnick. Winnick, who are you? That's Winnick. Hi, Winnick. So her question is, in the light of current education context, do you think it's necessary to rethink the teacher's role? If so, how would you define this new conception? Another easy question.
I presume this is, by the new context, you might be referring to AI and artificial intelligence and these kinds of things. I mean, I would probably say yes and no. Yes, but actually not that it's a completely new thing. I think every age that we can go back over the last, centuries, there's always been a tension between the information that we receive and that is in circulation in society, and what the individual and communities do with that information. And in all traditions that I've had the privilege to come into contact with, there's been a tension between those people who try to promote critical engagement with those bodies of knowledge and those people who have argued for a critical absorption of it. In the ancient Greek tradition, it was focused on Socrates. In other traditions, there have been other dynamics like that. So I think it's a perennial question, and it's keeping that dispute alive. And I think the challenge of AI is very significant, and some people argue that it is a very different kind of challenge, because before it was always, even though there might have been technological assistance, it was always human beings curating bodies of knowledge, and now we've got machines curating bodies of knowledge. So it is a bigger challenge, and it's a different kind of thing. But I think in some ways, it's part of a long tradition of struggle between critical engagement or not.
Any other question from the audience? Yes.
Thank you. So we have some questions here from the audience, and one of them, it's from someone from Brazil, from Marcia Silva. She's questioning because during the presentation she understood that there is a specific teacher training program to prepare teachers for early childhood, because here it's a general course called the pedagogy that prepare them to teach at the early childhood until 10 years old. And what she's asking, it's about why it's, what is necessary, what makes the difference to have this specific course and not a general course that covers the abilities or skills to teach from since the kindergarten until 10 years old. Probably she's compared with the pedagogy, the course that we have here.
I will try to have a go just a little bit. So I think every country has a different regulations and different certifications, so it just really depends. But what's really interesting is that, for example, in my institution, we have We have a Master of Teaching in Early Childhood, which is a specific degree that in 2 years you qualified as an early childhood teacher, and it requires very specific pedagogical and curriculum making knowledge. But at the same time, there are some shared components that you could argue could fit into also Master of Teaching in secondary or primary. But also, and that's sort of birth to 5. But also then we have a Master of Teaching in Early Childhood and Primary, which is combined degree, which is birth to 12, which sort of combines both of those elements together. I guess what I'm saying is that every country and has its own requirements. It's sort of the way the course is being certified, but also every university, I think, operates in a particular assumption. And for us, the idea of birth to 12, which is quite unique, and it's quite popular, is sort of linked to our research centers that really work in that space of birth to 12 and not trying to separate children based upon transition from early years to primary, but looking at it as the area of preteen childhood, so to speak. So it just really depends on how it is conceptualized, but also how then the state or Commonwealth or the nation is certifying those degrees. So.
About early childhood development, I can say the following. At UCT, we don't have a focused program, but other universities, it's a dedicated program because they see it as very specialized, the early years of learning. Foundation phase, it is called, for grade 1 to 3, and now also added to that grade R. And it has a very particular focus for very specific reasons. At UCT, we have brought in ECD specialists for foundation phase to offer it as a PGCE, where they would also come in with an undergraduate degree in philosophy and psychology. But now, after a 6 year of offering that PGCE, the once full year on top of that, the regulatory bodies, the qualified teacher authorities did not continue with that program because of the reason that it's believed that the foundation phases are very particular in nature, and that teachers have to be prepared, focused on the requirements for ECD.
Yeah, and almost to finish, to end this session, I would like to thank you for Professor Boto to host this meeting here at the School of Education, that I could say this session worth it. Why? Because we have some people online attending from Acre. Acre is a state on the border with Bolivia and Peru. And even they have 2 hours of time zone different from us, because in Brazil we have 4 hours different. So they are following us. So in this sense, I'm so glad to have all of you and the generosity that you have to share in this class, because I guess that we have a comparative international master class today in the morning and afternoon, and all of them online or in person had the chance, to enlarge their experience, to understand how complex is the world, but how similarities, how common points that we could find it. So thank you so much. I could say Nyabongagakulo or Nkosi and arigato gozaimasu. Thank you. Kanimambo, and obrigado for all of you, and gracias. Yeah, because I think that it's the way that you can find the future for education and to improve the quality for all of us around the world.
Well done for demonstrating it so well.
Desculpe, pretendo ser breve, assim em português, tá? Meu nome é Júlia, eu trabalho com formação de professores, então formação continuada, que a gente chama aqui. E os colegas do Japão citaram uma prática que entendi que seja do governo, que os professores fazem troca já na prática, já dentro de sala de aula, e que se observam. E aí eu queria saber dos outros colegas se isso acontece em algum programa específico depois que o professor já se forma, depois que ele já está dentro de sala de aula, no sistema, se existe programas específicos de formação continuada ali do professor e brevemente como isso acontece. Obrigada.
Speaking too much.
No, no. No, you're not. Ladies first, okay.
All right. We agree that that's an excellent pedagogy. To reflect on practice, that's kind of action research, looking at your own research. So, while we haven't called it necessarily lesson study, and I know what it was, Tembin Lalane went to the University of Hiroshima where she did a PhD on that. But that's a pedagogy in teacher education that I think is generally used, especially when students have presented in schools. That's typically what they do in a school they would teach, and the other student teachers would sit in from our university, also other universities. So they're all observing. And afterwards, we all go to a place, and the student would then do self-assessment, self-reflection, and then it's over to the student teachers to also put on their reflective hats or assessment hats and give feedback to the peers based on various frameworks or free feedback. And then the specialist, the teacher educator, would then also give that feedback. In that regard, the lesson is analyzed, unpacked in terms of pedagogic content knowledge, strengths, weaknesses, and linked to theory, if possible. And that's then later joined with writing assignments, where theory is linked to what has been observed in lessons. So that happens, and they also do it at university, what we call micro-teaching. When they teach in these methods courses, they get opportunities to teach, and the same process repeats itself. Serious reflection, analysis, feedback, loving critique of what can improve, where and how.
So basically, the lessons, the fundamental principle of lesson study is also reflection, and that also represented in many types of professional development, action research, self-study, lesson study, and actually there are also a very interesting article like what is the difference between lesson study and self-study, and then there are a lot of similarities, but there are also differences. The one thing that I would like to mention is one of the major reasons that lesson study got attention from worldwide scholars is especially in service school setting. So I'm not sure how other countries' teachers feel to open their classroom to others. It might be challenging, isn't it? To observe, to enter into other teachers' classroom is like I feel like I need a passport, right? I need a permission to enter into those teachers' classroom. But in Japan, somehow teachers are doing that, and they are totally fine to open their classroom to other teachers, and they are totally fine to being observed by other teachers, and they even discuss the lesson together to improve together. So not only teachers who observe, but also the teachers who open their classrooms, they believe that they grow together. So that's one of the reasons that lesson study got a lot of attention, especially in service setting. So that's the one thing that I want to add. That might be a little bit different from other countries' setting. Yeah.
That's okay. So I would like to thank you all of you, because due to the time, we are just finishing this session, but we will have time outside because we have the connection coffee. So during the time that you are eating something, you can share or make questions and go in deep, okay? So Daniela is just going to announce what's happened now. So thank you for all of you.
Bom, já foi dito, mas agradeço a presença de todos, especialmente dos representantes das instituições estrangeiras. Informo que os certificados de participação, para quem preencheu o registro de presença, será disponibilizado em até 30 dias por e-mail. E, nesse momento, convido a todos para o Connection Coffee, que será servido no hall de entrada do auditório, para aprofundar as discussões, estabelecer contatos e confraternizar. Em nome da Faculdade de Educação, desejo a todos uma boa tarde.